day with a cocktail right behind this beautiful Faculty of Applied Sciences and Technology building.
Empowering you. You're watching Ayit TV, empowering you. You're watching Ayit TV.
Thank you so much, our International Relations Officer, Your Excellency, our Chair, University Council. We are so much delighted, ladies and gentlemen. One of us, who is Sister Jane, can have the mic. We can all rise for the prayer in honor of the Almighty God.
Indeed, we have stood up in honor of the Almighty God, and I want to start this prayer in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Lord, our loving Father, we want to thank you very much for the gift of this morning. We want to thank you for the occasion that has gathered us this morning and the days that will follow. Lord, we know that everything that is good comes from you, and you want everything good to come to us. We thank you for that, and we want to invite you that your Spirit may descend upon us and bless each and every activity that we shall have. Bless each and every word that will go through our mouth. Bless all our plans and our programs, and let your name always be praised and glorified for whatever will come out of this project. And we make this prayer through Christ our Lord.
Thank you so much, Sister Dr. John Yatha. Before we sit, can we have the national anthems? Then lastly, our MUST anthem. Thank you so much. You can take your seat. That was not an easy exercise, but thank you. You managed to withstand the hectic activity it was. I now take the honor to introduce my co-chair, Associate Professor Grace Kagoro. Can you wave to the congregation? And she's also the team leader for Project 2 at the local level. Thank you so much, Professor Grace, for what you've done in the past. And she's also a council member, by the way. So let me take the opportunity to welcome our dear local coordinator, Associate Professor Charles Tushaba Mwikazova.
As the ambassador of Belgium, the chairperson of the University Council, my colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, what a wonderful day. Today, the 7th of January 2023. How excited are we as Mbarara University of Science and Technology stand here, sit in this room, and deliberate the affairs of the university, but in particular, talk about the project, the IUC. This project is under the title University as a Facilitator for Community-Based Sustainable Solutions to Demographic Challenges. It's not the beginning of this IUC. We have been running this project since 1st March 2021. We started with phase 0 for 5 years, and specifically we started on 1st September 2022. At a glance, that is the next slide. At a glance, that's Mbarara University of Science and Technology, and I'm not going into the detailed study. 90 programs, stretching across different academic units, 6 faculties, 2 institutes, 1 innovation center, and you could also see the monetary value involved and the different grants and the MOUs we have as an institution. Of course, that signifies, and for some of us who have been here for a good number of years, when you look back, but the University of Science and Technology is growing. Next slide. Districts, which we have purposely selected, and I will come to it later. Third slide. One of the pertinent issues which drove coming up with this type of project, which is an IUC, which cuts across all the different faculties within the university and institutes. Now, we identified what we call the institutional gaps, and within the deliverables of this project, there were institutional gaps, in particular to do with the labs we have. Because if we have a university that is supposed to deliver, give high quality and relevant education in different fields of the university, we thought that we should have a strong component to address the institutional gaps of the university. And one of the laboratories which we are going to equip and to establish, others we are going to strengthen. Now the second aspect which acted as the driver, but the University of Science and Technology is well known for COBS, community-based education research and service. So we thought that yes, if we are to deliver high quality and relevant education, then there is something that we need to do to the communities. And we thought that if we look at the most at risk within South Western Uganda, then we should be in a position to get an impact within our communities. Of course, the aim or the overall aim at the end is to develop a multidisciplinary ecosystem of various internal and external stakeholders, support the most at-risk populations. Next slide. Now, what is the impact? For example, this project is supposed to run for, when I say 10 years, it is in different phases, but what should be the impact in the different areas which we identify as the project designers? We saw that if we strengthen Mbarara University of Science and Technology as a digital-based and equitable center of excellence in community education, research, innovation and service that offers solutions, but solutions to what? To demographic issues which we identified, and I will come to it shortly. Now, under this next slide, under this project, we have 5, but 5 which we selected with the overall purpose, overall goal of trying to address demographic issues within the communities. And these are pertinent issues which we thought we should address in the 6 projects. We established what we call Project Support Unit, and this is supposed to coordinate and monitor the different activities of the 6 projects. But project number 1, which is housed under Faculty of Interdisciplinary Studies, this is to look at conservation practices, and by that we thought we should look at the indigenous people surrounding protected areas and the natural resources. Project number 2 is housed under Faculty of Science, and this is to do climate change adaptation for food production, and the most at-risk operation which we are looking at is the small-scale farmers, and Project 3, let me not read all of them, go to the next slide. Now you can see Project 5 and Project 6. But in the process of implementing the 6 projects, then there are some other controversial issues which we saw. Because we cannot address, for example, climate changes, nor even social and reproductive health rights, or even youth employment, without looking at gender issues, without looking at the environment, without looking at ICT. In other words, those 3 components. Next slide. So the prioritized areas of focus. Now, as earlier mentioned, we are looking at institutional capacity. Institutional capacity, we looked at the human resource capacity, and at the end of the project, this is our vision, and I know we will achieve it. We should be in a position to come up with 26 PhDs throughout the 10 years of implementing the project. We also included a component of masters. Then we are supposed to have even short trainings where we believe that if we train 550, we came up with 70 publications. These are anticipated to be delivered by the time we finish this project. There are many players you work with. For example, at an institutional level, we have got different academic, when they say academic units, every unit we have is an academic unit which supports higher education. We have got different academic units. We have got the Bursar's office, we have got the university secretary, we have got procurement, estates and works, we have got director for quality assurance, which is the directorate, we have got the academic, and among many other academic units. So we'll be working, and we are already working with those different academic units to deliver this project. 7, the next slide. Yeah, as far as the budget for the project, per year, it is supposed to be euro 600,000, and we have divided that one according to the 6 projects, and then 1 support unit, and those are the different monetary values which we have put down, which you can see. Then, as I did mention, the first phase-in or phase 0, we received 160,000 euros to make us start the project. We have come up with a home. Some of you from Mbarara University, it is at the town campus, is there. It is well equipped. It has got a meeting room. It has got a vehicle which we procured. So with the above, let me use the example of football, and in particular games. In food, visible person whom you really don't see, but they are seated somewhere on the bench. But they also have what I call the raving fans, the people who are cheering the teams. For us, as far as this IUC is concerned, Your Excellency, the Ambassador Chair Council, while in football they have got two teams, when all of them are visible, for us, as far as the implementation of this project, we only have one team, which is this team, which is invisible, are the demographic challenges or demographic issues which we are trying to address. For example, we do know that we have problems with the environment, we have problems with natural resources, we have degradation issues, but we also have people surrounding those natural resources and conservation areas. Those are the indigenous people, but in our case, as far as the project is concerned, we have got the Bahima, we have got the Bata surrounding those. But the point is that how best can we come up with the best solution? We also have categories of small-scale farmers. With the climate change variability, so for us as a team, as we are implementing this particular project for the small-scale farmers, we also have households, female-headed households, who are at risk population. If you got sexual and reproductive, captains and other members who are praying. We also have captains, but for us, we do not have 2 captains. We have 12 captains, and they have got the members who are working with them. These are the captains we have as far as the project is concerned. We have Medak, we have Stefan, we have Grace, we have Matthew, we have Jones, we have Martin, we have Joseph, we have Christine, we have Manasseh, and we have Liz, we have Fred, we have Rudi, and other members of the project. Of course, those who are seated on the bench are the managers, the 2 managers. Your Excellency, the Ambassador and Chairperson, the managers are there. Giri represents the Flemish institutions, and somebody, Charles Chaumakazowa, represents the local institutions. Those are the managers as far as the project is concerned. But there are others, as I mentioned, whom sometimes you don't see, but they contribute to the success of the game expectations. We also have those invisible persons who take care of the welfare of the project. We have got the 2 colleagues of ours, the names are the same. The only difference is on how you pronounce it. One is called Mbarara, another one is Anne. They are there to support the project. But there are people also who rarely, you don't even see them. But if you were observant and were watching football, the University of Science and Technology, and we are honored to have the chairperson of council. We have got the other side, VUB and other institutions of members of the board. They are there for the success of the project. But we also have raving fans who are cheering us, who are seeing what we are doing and the rest of it. But I'm saying the raving fans, we cannot work alone to deliver. We have to work with those raving fans, the different key stakeholders within our community. They are there. We appreciate you and thanks for honoring this launch. But what is very, very important, whether you go in the penalties, we need to be calm. everybody who is behind the implementation of this project will have to become. Like the way you are supposed to play soccer, we have to implement the project the way it is. I know football or games have got rules, for us who have got rules. We had to design a management manual, which we are supposed to follow. We have got the financial regulations, which we are supposed to follow. Different financial regulations for the good of the implementation of this project. And I believe, my thinking, Your Excellency and the Chairperson of Council, if we do this, we should be in a position sort of, or to address the institutional gaps. You can imagine we are going to equip and even strengthen 4 labs within the institution spread across different faculties. We are going to address issues of the community. I believe by doing that one, we should have contributed something to the kitty, the 9 districts, and addressing the gaps, institutional gaps on Mbarara University of Science and Technology. With those many words, our Vice Chancellor, I know the Chairperson of Council will say it, would have loved to be here in the morning session. There's another parallel function for the university taking place in Pshenyi, but he's going to be with us this afternoon. As we say, succeed, we must. Succeed, we must, for God and my country. And I thank you.
Another round of applause to Associate Professor. Let me invite Professor Gilly Cohen. You can continue clapping as she comes. If you don't mind, Professor Gilly Cohen is our Flemish coordinator, and after that, she will let us hear from the Vice Rector at VUB as well. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Your Excellency, Mr. Chairperson of the Council Board, dear representatives of the local authorities, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great honor to welcome you here today to celebrate the official launch of a long-term institutional partnership between Mbarara University and several Flemish universities and university colleges. This launch is a culmination of a relationship that we have been building since many years. Several collaboration program was planted in 2018 when our former and regretted Vice Chancellor Caroline Pauwels visited MUST Mbarara. After that, we started to work ourselves through the application procedure. A MUST delegation visited VUB, and we also planned to visit MUST to continue this work. But then we entered the COVID area, and we were not allowed to travel. Still, with the commitment and persistent work of the MUST and VUB teams, we've put together an application that was successful and allowed us to move on and to engage other colleagues from other Flemish universities like Ghent. Last year, we could finally come together and join the MUST team here in Mbarara and plan the future lines of our collaboration for the next 5 forthcoming years. The common vision behind this partnership is that higher education institutions play an important role in shaping and changing societies. The late Vice Chancellor from VUB stressed the importance of our university research and service, UCoBS, as its underlying philosophy in its training programs. As such, we share the vision that universities should. This common ground allowed us to work out a project proposal where we provide a central role to the university and university colleges in addressing the demographic challenges in South Western Uganda in a sustainable way, with respect and specific attention to the most at-risk populations. As it is essential for community-based research to work over disciplinary fields, I am proud that we managed to bring together researchers and experts from very different disciplines like medicine, business and management sciences, engineering, gender studies, ICT, law, and so on, to work together. Working together in a large and in many ways diverse team can be enriching, but obviously comes also with challenges. To have a successful collaboration and achieve tangible results, it is important that we build a strong partnership that is based on equal respect and mutual trust, where we take time to sit together and listen and learn from each other and freely discuss our concerns. If we manage to further establish such a good relation, the UCoBS tree will continue to grow and bear many fruits in terms of enhanced education and training of staff, innovative and locally grounded knowledge, and societal interventions in areas of environmental protection, sustainable food production, and household relations. On behalf of the Flemish team, I sincerely wish to thank MUST and MUST UCoBS team for their kindness and hospitality. I also wish to thank Vleer for their trust and appreciation of our project, and the Flemish and MUST team members for their commitment and sustained efforts to bring the best out of this project. Succeed we must. Thank you. So now I'd like to introduce our Vice Chancellor, International Relations, who could not make it, who could not join us here today, but she left, she spoke in a video message, so I hope we can hear her now.
Yeah, we have our counterpart in VUB who couldn't make it physically, and that's the video that we are yet to watch with the remarks. Since we are now in the digital world, so we can listen to her. Yeah, you can be greeting your neighbor who you haven't seen. You can say hello since in the morning you haven't done that. Meanwhile, as we sort out the technical challenges, but you're welcome. I had my Indian friend, he would speak some broken English and he would say, when I see you, I'm happy. So when we see our partners at MUST, we're happy. And I would like to recognize the presence of our partners once again as we sort out the video challenge. We have National Agriculture Research Organization, well represented. Can you stand up for it? Yeah. We actually have also our partner, Uganda Wildlife Authority. We have Chief Warden here, Mr. Kure Musinzi. We also have Mr. Katana, the Senior Warden in charge of the Southern Sector. Thank you so much for in Bwindi, all the way from Bwindi, the Mountain Gorilla hub. So we are so delighted. We have our partner Center for Energy and Energy Conservation. We can also wait if they have already arrived. Not yet here, but we have our senior environmentalist, Mr. Jeconius Msingwire from NEMA. Thank you so much for coming. He's our focal point for this Western region. We also have representatives from the Ministry of Health, if there is anyone here. Ministry of Health. National Information Technology, I saw the director here. Nita Yu, thank you so much for coming. And we are so delighted to have Annabelle. We had invited Annabelle, a Belgian organization. Hopefully they're on the way, coming, but they have different projects being implemented in southwestern Uganda. Yeah, we also, of course, have the media. The media is a very important partner for MUST. Media, can you wave to MUST? Because you are very important to us. We know even without waving, we already recognize your presence. Yeah, by the virtue of your locomotion. And we also have our dear deans and deputy deans who are present with us. Deans and deputy deans, I can see the Dean, Faculty of Medicine, the Dean, Faculty of Applied Sciences and Technology, our landlord where we are right now. Okay, the Chief Landlord is here. And we also have the Deputy Dean, Faculty of Applied Sciences and Technology, Dr. Bosa. Thank you so much for coming. I don't know whether I have missed out another dean that could be present, but we have a well-represented university leadership. Our Vice University Secretary had already been introduced, but we are honored to have you this morning. And Dr. Martha as well. Dr. Martha Choshaba, Academic Registrar. Our University Secretary is Mr. Milkwaya Byarhanga. I think I've not missed out another dean. But we also have someone in charge of our grants office, the grants manager, Madam Jacqueline Karuhanga. Thank you so much for coming. Yeah, so of course we can't do much without the procurement unit. So we have the boss of the procurement unit, our principal procurement officer. Can you wave? He has the highest, I think the highest height in this room. Thank you so much for coming, Mr. Vincent Watampora.
I welcome you to the launching start of successful international collaboration, which will play an important role in VB's internationalization strategy. 10 years of collaboration is exceptional in these times of quick wins and short cooperation models. This EUC program does not come out of the blue, as we have been previously cooperation in the context of LIRIOS projects with other Ugandan institutes, such as Mountains of the Moon, wherein VB plays a crucial role, focused on improving living conditions of Ugandan people inside and outside of academia. I would like to thank MUST University, LIRIOS, and DGD for hosting this event and inviting me to contribute. I wish you all a successful launch of the project and the opportunity to connect with international organizations and local stakeholders, to exchange insights and to forge synergy that can help turn this ambitious project.
Person, our University Council Chair, who is chairing the MUST 7th Council that was inaugurated in 2019. And Dr. Wallen is a Ugandan public health physician and an infectious disease epidemiologist. And I would like to thank him for the 25 years of experience and welcome him to address you. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you very much, Medad, for that rather flowery introduction that I probably don't deserve. Your Excellency, the Ambassador, faculty members from different universities from Belgium, and faculty members from MUST, colleagues, students, and ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to MUST again. I'm delighted, and somebody prepared a few remarks for me here. I hope I will do justice to them, but if I don't beat him or her, instead beat me altogether. I'm delighted to be part and parcel of the opening of this meeting, predominantly because there are two reasons. University collaboration all over the world is the bread and butter of academia. It is peer reviewing, peer challenging, extending boundaries, and questioning all sorts of assumptions. A project that is community-based like this one, that cuts across, that is multidisciplinary, is one important value for universities, because a university that does not translate its academic capacity into the benefit of society, into the benefit of the population, is perhaps not worth its name. I mean, we could sit here and write all the PhDs we want. We could sit here and do all researches that we want. We could intertwine and interact with all sorts of universities as MUST. But what about the community? This project has got that indelible mark. This inter-university collaboration project, its biggest genetic marker will be what it leaves into the community in the South Western region. Mr. Ambassador, Your Excellency, this is not a common project in Uganda, if my memory serves me right. It's not common, it has not been replicated. This is the first one, and the benefits of these different universities, Mountains of the Moon, and different universities in East Africa, benefiting from this Belgian technical cooperation, is a major, major landmark as far as I'm concerned. And I'm a student of different collaborations from different universities, as I was telling you, some of our colleagues yesterday. The transfer of knowledge can only is of benefit as long as you transfer it. So the transfer of knowledge from different universities in Belgium, they invest. The taxpayers' money from Belgium is applied properly and appropriately. So I want to thank again Professor Kazova and his counterparts and all the faculty members of MUST who participated in the development of this project. I want to thank the different faculty members from the Flemish universities and all the funders from Belgium for having bought into this idea, because you could write a flowery, flamboyant project, but is it worth the money in investment? Therefore, the ultimate litmus test of this project will be number one, sustainability. How sustainable is it? And already planning for 10 years and 10 years ahead is really good It's not for short-term gains. And that makes it very, very sweet in the sense that you are in for the long haul, you'll meet obstacles along the way, there will be challenges along the way, but you wave them off and adjust as you move along. Hopefully, that will not be the end of this project, but we are in for a long haul. Now, in order for us to be in for a long haul, the university and from the council side, we shall demand accountability. We shall demand both cost and impact accountability. Because without accountability, how do you justify your existence? And in my other day job, I look at corruption and address it. So it's dear to me, the cost and impact accountability of a project in order for us to justify why the Belgian ambassador gives us money. The other indelible mark, what have we unearthed? What have you contributed in terms of new knowledge? What have you expanded? What boundaries? What have you challenged? What questions have you raised for purposes of this? That's another good and great value for that project. Lastly, the benefit to the population, which I talked about. The ordinary person means most at-risk populations, how are they benefiting? How can the ambassador justify his job here? What help has he brought in? This project, hopefully, will be a testimony of your presence, Mr. Ambassador, in Uganda. There is one thing I would like to sell to both the faculties, Mbarara University and Belgium universities, and I mentioned it yesterday at the cocktail with some people. Exchange of students, exchange of scholars. Not only should we have Belgian students coming to do PhDs and masters here, not only should we have our students going to the different universities in Belgium to either interface, stagiaire, or whatever, but let it be an inbuilt component of the project. Let us have university students from Ghent, from Antwerp, coming to do research here. There is bigger value beyond academics, beyond the papers, the network you build. The sanctity of that network cannot be emphasized. So I hope we shall have Mr. Ambassador as a government, and I should say that is a big welcome and a big testimony of the cooperation between Belgium and the Uganda government. On behalf of the council members who may be here, Professor Charles Tushabomwe, Professor Kagoro, Professor Ngonzi, and have I forgotten any other university? And of course our secretary of the, I wish to welcome you all again to this project. I wish to welcome all our guests from Belgium, and it is my singular pleasure on behalf of the council to declare this meeting open. And I thank you very much. Succeed we must. Very sincere apologies. Professor Bua will be with us in the afternoon. He was not able, as Professor Tshaboma had said, was not able because of another engagement, but he surely would have liked to be here. And I just wanted to pass that personally on his behalf. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Another round of applause to our University Council Chair. Thank you so much, and we take on the challenge you've given us. I think Professor has been noting down, he always says we have unfinished business. So he has challenged us with a number of points, and I believe we'll take into consideration your remarks, our dear Chairman Council. At this material time, I would like to inform you that we've made some adjustments in the program. In the interest of some of the issues that are beyond control, So we will have next on the agenda our ambassador, His Excellency Rudi, who is going to address us. And once he has done that, he's going to sign and launch the MUST-IUC UCoBS project. And then we will move to a very important event of him planting the tree. Because like you have seen at UCoBS, we are believing in fruits. Each of the sub-projects has a fruit. So he has to leave a mark. And after 10 years, we are going to be harvesting the fruits of the tree that he has planted at MUST. That, of course, will mark him going back to Kampala for another important assignment, but also for his health. I would like to, therefore, at this moment, invite His Excellency Rudi Veestraeten to address this congregation. And I will take this opportunity to take the microphone where he is. Let's welcome him with a very huge hand clap.
Thank you all. The chairperson, Professor, Vice Chancellor, professors, ladies and gentlemen. Let me start with an apology, a double apology. First of all, I'm not dressed like an ambassador today, sorry for that. When I left Kampala, somehow my suit did not make my car. And so I noticed that when we were entering Mbarara, and I was a bit too late to go back and pick up the suit. So I'm dressed today like the president of Uganda often is, in actually the same textile from night till and everything. So first apology. Second apology, I really had an eye problem. I had eye surgery Friday, and Saturday, Sunday, everything was fine. And then yesterday in the afternoon, it started to pain me, and it's really paining me, and it's increasing. So I'm a bit worried. So I need to with one eye only. And when I was young, I went to school. That was the time when in school you learned to read and write, and you learned to calculate. So when you have a half and a half, and you multiply, you have a quarter. So here today you have only a quarter of an ambassador in front of you. And I'm sitting because I need to be closer to the paper. That is a bit too far, so that's the reason why I'm sitting instead of standing there. I was personally a witness at the start of our bilateral cooperation in Uganda in 1995. There was no embassy of Belgium in Kampala, and we covered Belgium, we covered Uganda from Kenya, Nairobi. As a junior diplomat then in Nairobi, I had the privilege to visit Uganda several times from Nairobi. We signed the first MOU in 1995 with a focus on water and sanitation, and followed by health and education. We always had a specific concern for gender balance and for the environment since 1995. Now, between 97 and 99, I was a counselor in the team of then Minister of Foreign Affairs, Erik de Rijke, and I could convince him to engage, to enlarge actually our operation program, and to open an embassy in Kampala in 1998. That's when we opened here in this country. Who would have thought then, back then, that I would end my career being the ambassador here myself? I didn't think that, certainly not me, but it may be a good illustration of my personal belief in Uganda and the Ugandans. I also it probably entitles me to express some critical remarks today. Water has since flown through the Nile and through the Rudi River, the river here in Mbarara. Belgium has been present in Uganda now for 25 years with an embassy and with a full-fledged development program, with a considerable impact for the people of Uganda. Last week, I hosted a dinner for a judge, and the Ugandans probably know who she is. She's the director for public prosecution, Jane from Karamoja. A great person, by the way. And we found out that she had been a beneficiary of a Belgian scholarship to study law in Makerere University. We have a large network of alumni students, and we were discussing that before the official meeting started. Alumni who studied in Belgium, who studied in Uganda with Belgian scholarships, or elsewhere, mostly in Africa. And we met again now for the first time since Corona during a meeting in Kampala at the end of last year. Over 1,500 alumni are on our list today, and they studied in many fields: education, engineering, medicine, agriculture, environment, development cooperation, development evaluation, community development, public health, and governance. Education has been a cornerstone in our programs in the past 25 years. But when we talk about cooperation between Belgium and Uganda, we don't only mean the official bilateral cooperation between two governments. There are also quite a number of non-governmental actors who contribute to the growth of Uganda. We additionally fund international organizations like UNICEF, UNCDF, OHCHR, that's the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights, and other to bring their expertise to Uganda. And most of all, the focus of today's gathering, our academic institutions work together, Ugandan and Belgian academic institutions. Belgian universities and higher education institutions have throughout the years invested lots of time and energy to build this cooperation and to make it thrive. Belgian universities have been very active in developing their own partnerships directly with Ugandan institutions. At least 7 programs are ongoing in Uganda on epidemiology, safe drinking water, mental health, maternal and child health, mass rearing of edible grasshoppers and edible crickets, innovative research, quality teaching, and sustainable agriculture. 6 Belgian universities and 5 Ugandan universities are collaborating in this field. At the Embassy of Belgium, Kampala, we deploy a lot of energy to follow all these initiatives and to try to create synergies. We have a name for it. What you do here is, what we do in Kampala in this field is academic diplomacy. My team in Kampala, with Koen van Akkoleyen, with Luc Pierson, Monica Achiru, and Rosemary Sevume, is actively involved in that academic diplomacy. Because we believe that working together gives more impetus to everyone's effort. In Belgium, we have a national device. It goes, l'union fait la force. Eendracht maakt macht. Working together builds more powerful outcomes. I'm therefore particularly happy and proud to be invited today to say a few words. The Mbarara University of Science and Technology, MUST, is focusing on a particularly sensitive societal problem in Uganda, how to manage the demographic evolution. The population growth is probably the most important challenge for Uganda. Today, according to the latest data from the UN, and they are now the same as the government uses, the total population stands at 49.5 million people, almost 50 million, of which almost half are 14 years or younger. You know that by 2050, that is how long to go, 27 years from now, this population will double to 100 million in Uganda. It's an enormous challenge. And there is no policy in place. And the public expenses for education and health continue to slide down in the national budget. If not addressed, this might lead to a catastrophe. It is high time for a wake-up call. The UCoBS project has the ambition to contribute to find solutions and responses for this demographic challenge. Such solutions can only be multifaceted with attention for sustainable development and environment and agroecology, for digitalization for development, attention for sexual and reproductive health and rights. This attention must be focused on youth, women and girls, and refugees. Our bilateral Belgian program for the coming 5 years, implemented through Enable, it focuses on 2 pillars. We have developed that program for the years 23 to 27 with our implementing partner Enable. The first pillar is for young people, especially young women, to acquire skills and find decent jobs or entrepreneurship opportunities in agriculture and in the green and sustainable economy. The second pillar is the right, the human right, to safe and quality education and health care. This right must be transparently ensured, in particular for vulnerable groups, including children, girls, women, and refugees. These pillars of the Belgian program for the next 5 years, they are absolutely in line with your activities here as academic actors. That is the program you will be discussing today. The underfunding, I told you I would be slightly critical, the underfunding by the government of education during many, many years is now really beginning to have a serious negative impact. Just last week, we learned that less than half of the primary school students graduate, meaning they finish primary school. Only less than half finish primary school. I've never seen that. This came as a big shock. It means that the so-called free primary education is not a reality in Uganda. It's rather an empty envelope. How can a teacher, how can a headmaster, how can a public servant in the Ministry of Education, how can a minister for education explain this bitter reality? Now, the health sector is also dramatically underfunded by the government. The international standards, the Abuja Agreement for health in African nations' national budgets is 15%. You know that better than I do, I guess, when you work in this sector. 15% of the national budget should be spent on health services to the population. In Uganda, it is 7.7 in the current budget that ends 30th of June. Next year, July 23 until June 24, the percentage will further slide down to 6.5%. 6.5 instead of 15. We saw the impact of this reality when it took more than a month before the Ministry of Health could put together an emergency response for the Ebola wave in September and October. Health centers are now left without even the most basic medication. Just open any newspaper. It's a big thing now. Health centers have no medication, not for malaria, not for infections, not for anything genuine. The government appears to count almost exclusively on substitution of its own efforts by the donor community. Synergy with the bilateral program, what you're doing, what we are doing, what the NGOs are doing, we try to keep focus on the 12 non-governmental actors in Uganda, NGOs. The programs of the NGOs also cover 5 years, 22 to 26. They're already 1 year ahead of us. And the programs cover sectors like food security and food systems, water conservation, forest ecosystems, family entrepreneurship, value chains, and agriculture. Let me quickly name the NGOs in alphabetical order: BOS Plus, Joint for Water, Broederlijk Delen, Île de Paix, SOS Fin, Ricolto, Trias, Vétérinaires Sans Frontières, and VVOD. You know most of these, they work in similar sectors, and the programs take place primarily in Rwenzori, Albertine, West Nile, Karamoja, and Usoga. Between these actors, there is certainly merit in sharing knowledge, and we are most grateful for you here today from Belgium to share your studies and findings. At the embassy, we regularly hold academic talks. We bring together Belgian development actors to discuss new evidence. We also participate in different donor groups in Kampala, in particular in Team Europe, and my team and myself are involved in high-level meetings with the government and with multilateral organizations. We can therefore play a role of advocate and disseminate your findings and outputs in order to potentially influence policy. Let me formulate a few brief conclusions. First, I truly appreciate the level of your involvement, the level of our involvement in what you are doing as an embassy so far in this cooperation in Mbarara. And again, I apologize that I can't stay longer, really something beyond my will. We were introduced to this IUC project over a year ago. You met with Koen van Akkoleje and some other people at the embassy. The embassy team had the opportunity to meet with some of the participants in the different thematic groups. I'm always looking forward to learn about the tangible results you will achieve. I want to congratulate MUST and Vlieg for having engaged in this partnership. Through Vlieg, I want to thank the different Belgian universities involved under the coordination of the Vrije Universiteit Brussels, VUB. I strongly believe in the added value of a direct partnership between universities of Belgium and Uganda, and my presence today is a clear mark of my trust in your work and collaboration. So I'm most happy to launch UCoBS project, but let me read this in full at least one time. UCoBS means university as a facilitator for community-based sustainable solutions to demographic challenges in South Western Uganda. And that is quite a bit. This project is most certainly a meaningful attempt to better life for the Ugandans living in the southwestern Uganda. I have been critical about some achievements of this government, in particular in the fields of health and education, which we know quite well as the Belgian development partner that we are. In the same time, Uganda has advanced quite a bit from the rebellion war years ago until today. And you know, yesterday in Mbarara there was a big celebration of the start of the, today we would call that of the terrorist war, of the rebellion war of NRM against the then government. That was the start of the first attack took place yesterday, 42 years ago. And so all the military involved in that war, who were still active, they were here with the president and with my Minister for Affairs, Gigi Odongo. I met him, by the way, yesterday evening. So if you see the advance made between '86, taken over by NRM, and today, it is almost incredible. But then, there's also a lot missing. So that were my critical words. More is possible and more is needed. But we, Belgium, we stand by the Ugandans to help where needed and where possible. When I look back at 1995 and 1996, when I was here the first time, when I first got to visit Uganda and suggested to open an embassy here, Embassy of Belgium, there is a fine feeling of accomplishment in my heart and soul today. It feels a bit like homecoming, in spite of all the obstacles and difficulties. Now I wish the same to all of you, that next year, in the next years, the next decennia, hopefully, when you come back here to continue this cooperation, it will also feel good in your hearts and souls. I wish for all of you also this good homecoming feeling in spite of all the obstacles and difficulties. I wish you a highly successful and inspiring partnership. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency, for the wonderful words of courage. We are now very, very strong to implement the UCoBS project. Thank you so much, and wish you good health as you return to Kampala. We have one important occasion as a sign of celebrating this launch. So His Excellency is going to sign on the official board for UCoBS. And after that, he will plant a tree where after 10 years we need to witness what happens after that fruit tree has been planted. So let me kindly request you to stand up at UCoBS launch today. That's a very, very important part of today's celebration. You will you'll be the one to cut that ribbon and then append your signature, and then the rest of us, all of us actually are going to sign on this board. And after that, we'll have the board hung in the UCoBS boardroom as a way of a life mark that we can always refer to. So, all right, as he comes over, I will ask someone to hand him over the mark where you're going to use for signing. You'll first of all cut the ribbon. After cutting, we'll all clap to the Almighty God for this wonderful activity. 1, 2, 3. And you can now reveal to us the new project, the MUST-IUC UCoBS project. Another round of applause. So now the Ambassador, His Excellency Rudi, is going to append the signature anywhere, and that will be followed by the University Council Chair, and all of us will append the signature on that board. Yeah, thank you. Another round of applause. The Council Chair. Right, thank you. And then the coordinator, the Bureau's representative, Madame Catherine, you can append your signature as well. Wonderful. The coordinators can also do the same. The Flemish coordinator and the local coordinator. And then finally, I will invite the US and the AR to come and we witness the signature on this board, which is going to be framed in the UCoBS boardroom, and we can use it as a point of reference. Admissions officer to hand over a gift to our University Council Chair, who will give it to His Excellency Rudi, IRO. Come in front, hand over a gift to our Council Chair. And that gift, Your Excellency, this gift, I will ask the Council Chairperson to read it on our behalf and hand it over to you.
Okay, thanks. In appreciation for the contribution by the government of the Belgian Kingdom, presented to the Ambassador.
Thank you so much. That was more in terms of approaching this important event. Thank you so much, and I kindly request our Flemish and local coordinator to take a photo with the Ambassador and the Council Chair as they hold this important gift from Mbarara University of Science and Technology. Here. We can do it here. Yes, here. All right. Wonderful. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. So we move now to the tree planting event, and after that we'll take our break in the gardens behind this building. It will be led by the organizing committee. Let us now proceed to Professor Stefan Smith. Thank you so much for being here as well in that capacity. Thank you. All right, let's move all of us to the planting tree session.
The first three projects to come forward and take place, Professor Stefan Smith, Professor Medard, Professor Gaguro, Professor Mathieu, and Maarten, and Professor Jonas. You see here? Sorry, I haven't seen you. Yeah. No, just project 4. So Christine, and Joseph. So I would like to ask the team leaders to shortly present the project, and then afterwards we have a session. If the audience has questions, we have time for Q&A. Okay? So I don't know who's going to take. Okay. We're waiting for the slides. Yeah. maybe it's best to stand there. Maybe we should try the trick with Annabelle's computer. Okay, it's there. Yeah.
Maybe I can stand.
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, Chair, Council, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, this is Project 2. I would prefer to control the slides myself. So Project 2, we are looking at mechanisms for climate change adaptation for sustainable food production. And a short background, we are focusing on optimizing of agricultural practices for adoption to mitigate climatic variability impacts that have actually led to risky food production amidst the changing climate. Now, this climate variability has caused a lot of hazards in the agriculture sector. And when this is coupled with various demographic pressures and practices like poor farming, land overexploitation, all these constrain access to arable land for agriculture. Now, amidst this varying climate, farmers require a plan for agriculture for the small-scale farmers. Now, these three mutually reinforce risks and vulnerabilities of our small-scale farmers, and we know they are the ones that feed all of us because Uganda is 90% agriculture, and it's the one that contributes to the greatest GDP of this country. So, the result is increased risk of food production, hence lots of shortages that we see. Now, what problem are we seeing is that climate variability has made cultivation very, very unpredictable, and this is largely not documented at small-scale farmer level. We continue to see shortened growing seasons, erratic rainfall, that results in very, very many environmental hazards of flash floods, soil erosion, landslides, emergency and subsurgency of pests and diseases that were not there before, and a lot of changes in agroecological farmer requirements that impact their yields and income, and therefore we see a lot of this is what we are seeing in the small scale eroded the whole field. This was in Isingiro in 2019, a whole maize field drying up. The second problem we are seeing are the demographic pressures. We are looking at populations most at risk, small scale farmers. These demographic pressures have increased land shortage, enhanced poor farming methods, and farmers are even encroaching on fragile ecosystems that mutually reinforce the hazards because of the erratic rainfall. And this coupled with declining soil fertility, we are looking at objectives. One, we want to establish climatic-related cultural practices fit for adoption to diversify food production, especially in these climatic methods, but it's a short presentation, so I won't go into the details of the methods. The fourth objective, as part of capacity building of the university, we want to optimize laboratory infrastructure here at MUST, and we are looking at soil analytics because we are interested in soil fertility and soil conservation. We are looking at food nutrient profiling and also plant micropropagation as an alternative for growing food. The fourth objective, we want to work with the farmers for them to be part of us and be the scientists, collect the data, analyze the data, so that they get more informed about their their production. And our biggest methodology that we want to use is a citizen science approach blended with ICT. We will set up a citizen science network through stakeholder engagement, train these farmers and induct them to collect data, both digitally using a mobile phone and also customized notebooks. This is what they will do at their fields after they have been trained. They will observe crop productivity issues. They will record using the app that we shall train them with. They will report these via mobile network to the university, and the university will validate this data. But together, the MUST research team, the farmers and agricultural extension at parish level and sub-county level will work together to participatorily agree on protocols. We shall agree on protocols as seen, on questions to answer. We shall collect data together. We shall exchange this data and understand it together. And together with that, we'll have the team and the students doing various field surveys, field and laboratory-based experiments, and all the qualitative data collection tools to determine the influence of climate variability on crop cultivation and adoption, and also determine the land management practices for soil conservation. We shall also install weather stations to generate climatic data and be able to develop climate e-kiosks for agrometeorological data that is accessible to whoever needs it, mostly the farmers and the agricultural extension. And we think that this multi-scientist stakeholder platform will map climatic hazards affecting crop production, will be able to come up with agro-based environmental risk production. We shall tease out faster and more efficient. We know Equatorial Africa has been documented to face these highest challenges, and in this region, it's depicted by the South Western region. We choose 3 districts that are hazard prone, in which we shall do these experiments. We have Rwanda prone to landslides, Rubirizi, with very fertile sedimentary soils that are porous and suffer a lot of erosion, and also Isingiro district because it has been documented to be prone to a lot of droughts. This is going to be carried out by a very big team, but very energetic team, led by myself and Professor Matthew Carvin. For those who don't know Professor Matthew Carvin, he's with us here. Stand up for recognition. We also have a team, a Flemish team from KU Leuven University and Center for Expertise in Agrobiotechnology at Vives University College. Locally, we have a team from Naro, Dr. Harid Chironda, Dr. Muzira are here with us. We also have a partner from agricultural meteorology from the Uganda National Meteorological Association, Dr. Moses Ojara. Unfortunately, he was coming from Nairobi and wouldn't be here in time. And we also have Mountains of the Moon University, represented here by John Sekajugo, stand up for recognition. And then the MUST team, Sister Jane, stand up for recognition, Dr. Raphael, Dr. Justin, as shown there. And lastly, we have expected outcomes of capacity building, our PhD students who are here with us, and those are their titles, and those are the other outcomes: citizen-based science and multi-stakeholder platform, empowered climates, smart small-scale farmer communities. You can read them there. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I suggest we move on to the second project, the first project. I hope the slides are ready now. Can we get the slides for project 1, please? Or is it there or there? Yeah, okay. Yeah. May I ask you to keep it, because we're a bit behind time, to keep it short.
Thank you so much. Prof. Grace has been advantaged. And now we have to manage the time. So we are presenting together with my colleague, Professor Stefan Smith. We are introducing Project 1, which focuses on improved conservation practices for the environment and natural resources. As they struggle with the slides, the scenario here is that when you look at what is happening today on our environment, you realize that in the next 15 years, we'll have a big challenge if the practices are not improved. We are looking at South Western Uganda, and we are focusing on 5 national parks for the 10 years. But for the first 5 years, which is phase 1, we will look at Lake Kihumuro National Park and Wind Impenetrable National Park, with the target of looking at the river systems that cut across or neighbor with these protected areas. So in the next 5 years, we are focusing on 2 rivers, River Rudi in Lake Mbarara, throughout the districts up to Victoria Basin, and then River Hezamienda, which is found in Kisoro and Rwanda district, from Bunyonyi through Wind Impenetrable National Park at the boundary up to Lake Mutanda and DRC. So these are our target was to look at the Batwa and the Bahima in southwestern Uganda, but the other 5 years will look at the Basongora and the other indigenous tribes in the protected areas of Semliki, Rwenzori, and Queen Elizabeth, and the other side of Kasese. So for this particular project in phase 1 of 5 years, we are mostly focusing on 3 main objectives. The first objective focuses on integration of governance principles into protected area conservation. And we have focused on 2 main aspects of that, because there are 11 good governance principles that the International Union for Conservation of Nature has articulated, but we couldn't look at all of them. So we are focusing on only 2, and one is the issue of mitigating the negative effects of conservation, which is human-wildlife conflict, which has been a very big thorn in the stakeholders' flesh. So we are looking at setting up a citizen science network to provide timely information to Uganda Wildlife Authority on incidences of human-wildlife conflict, and that will be led by geo-observers, where local communities are able to participate in data collection, and they can manage this data and participate in looking at hidden solutions to address this challenge. So we will set up a citizen science network with geo-observers equipped with mobile phones. They will have ODK kit, which will be installed, and they will be reporting on the incidences that have happened and expecting responses from UA. Then we're also building the capacity as part of participation as a principle, capacity of conservation organizations that are working with Uganda Wildlife Authority. Because oftentimes you find implementation of different projects is fragmented. Different organizations are doing similar things. When you go to Windy, you realize you have very many organizations, about 38 organizations working with the battle, and all these are the signposts that will meet and welcome you when you go to Homa and the southern sector. So we are looking at how the capacity of these can be improved. But they have also been giving different projects that at the end become similar. So the tangible outputs and results are very insignificant. And I will use a case of a goat called Mushere. which was appearing in the photos of many conservation organizations, having given it out. I was doing an evaluation. I found Mshere, a goat Mshere is a brown goat, and it had one horn. So every photo of, let's say, Bwindi Mugahenga Conservation Trust, there is Mshere. When you go to Uganda Wildlife Authority Revenue Sharing Project, there is Mshere. The other organization was International Gorilla Conservation Program. There was Mshere in the reports. That means Mshere has become a prostate god. And if there's a network of coordination, and these organizations have a platform of talking about their activities, and they have the capacity to implement conservation interventions, it will create more tangible results. The second objective looks at restoration, contributing to restoration of the river system. We are looking at River Rwizi, River Hezamienda for the first 5 years. We know the efforts are there by government and other agencies like NEMA, but we want, first of all, understand the socio-ecological drivers of river system degradation. We map with GIS the areas that are more degraded, and that will inform restoration efforts, which will include, for example, planting riparian vegetation, which the communities can live with as alternative livelihoods. Number 3 is looking at integration of indigenous knowledge. We know communities neighboring protected areas and major resources have strong knowledge that has not been utilized. So we are using a cultural values approach to establish what we call the Bwindi Batwa Forest experience with the indigenous Batwa, using their culture to connect with nature but earn a livelihood. So we will be operationalizing this Batwa Forest experience. They established a cultural center at Lake Mburo, but that center has not been operational. So we want to see how the culture of Banyankore can be used to conserve nature, but also generate alternative livelihood. So we have many efforts towards that. As part of the tangible outputs, we are looking at equipping a GIS lab at MUST as part of capacity for different conservation organizations to have timely information about these challenges that I've talked about. We will train 4 PhDs and 2 masters, but in the first 5 years, we are focusing on 2 PhDs. We will also look at 2 alternative livelihoods, as I mentioned, which are going to benefit communities and will create a buffer to the different poaching instances that have always happened. I will introduce the team here. We have Uganda Wildlife Authority representatives who are here that we're going to be working with. Mr. Kule Arthur and Mr. Katana are already with us. And NEMA is represented by Mr. Jeconius Msingwili, who is also present. Thank you so much, and we apologize that our slides could not show, but we had sent to the team. I don't know what happened, but at least you get to know what the project is about. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That was very clear and very, yeah. Okay, now we move on to the last, before. May I ask you to keep it short, please, because we really,
Yeah, we'll make sure that we keep it very brief. The slides are. So this is Project 4, and well, my name is Joseph, and Professor Christine is the corresponding team leader from the Flemish side. So Project 4, the title is Improved Sexual and Reproductive Health and Rights of Women, Children and Adolescents. This I'll skip for purposes of time. In terms of introduction, improving sexual and reproductive health of the most at-risk populations is a fundamental demographic issue in South Western Uganda communities. We also recognize that inefficient sexual and reproductive healthcare systems exist and they affect the MAPS. Unequal gender relations, especially at household level, negatively influence so many facets of healthcare, including sexual gender-based violence. It has also been reported widely in literature that about 60% of women within the reproductive age group have experienced some sort of gender-based violence at one point in their life. There is an increased risk of adolescent pregnancy, and the reproductive health interventions usually miss out on the social and behavioral approaches to addressing these challenges. These are our 3 objectives under Project 4. 1, broadly to mainstream gender in reproductive healthcare promotion for MAPS, and then to optimize sexual reproductive healthcare services and rights for adolescents, and then lastly, to strengthen quality improvement initiatives to optimize care and prevent complications in the mothers, the newborns, and the children. Those are expected outcomes in line with the objectives, and each of these objectives has got scholarly output. We've got students attached and trying to answer questions in each of these specific objectives. Progress so far, we have 2 PhD students under Project 4 who have already been recruited, and they have provisional admissions. That's Brenda and Catherine, wherever you are, just wave. Yes, they are making significant progress. We are developing a micro-research protocol on adolescent pregnancies and also many other things. So in the first 5 years, our plan is to have 4 PhDs. And in the first year, we are recruiting 3 PhD students. And we see how they progress on with their work. Thank you. This is a list of the project team members. Those from MUST, I can see quite a number of them here. Dr. Grace, Ntaro Moses, Imelda, Karoma, Professor Kavachenga. So thank you for being part of this life-changing project for. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we have, I think, 5 or 10 minutes time for Q&A, if I understand correctly. Yeah? So, anybody who has a question for one of the project leaders? Just raise your hand and then I'll with the microphone. Yeah.
Thank you, Prof. Thank you, teams. I am Dr. Veestraeten Peter, and the work that I do on a daily is to provide health care. I'll start with Joseph. Your project is very brief and you've been extremely brief, but there's one glaring thing that the right thing is not very clear. You have clearly drawn a map for the academia, capacity building for projects, for PhDs and blah, 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 blah. My ask is that come off clearly with what you are going to do with the rights. In our service provision, the right thing has come up over and over again. In the medical school, I don't know whether now that I've left many years ago, you have developed a curriculum that addresses the right things and leadership and governance. But when I was in medical school, it was not there. And therefore, the products that we get out there on the market do not clearly understand this thing called rights in as far as service delivery is concerned. 2,
they still have a gray area when it comes to leadership and governance. And yet those are key pillars when it comes to service delivery as of now. I think those things, I request that they come up clear, and that will help us at the end of the day, and the time has come and gone, sustainability. Project 2, Dr. Kagor. It is very good, and now that the science is coming up, we are now speaking science even when it comes to production. And so as a head of a department where I work, there's that interconnectivity between the departments. I head the Department of Health, but we also work with production. We work with many other departments. Now, we are talking about system strengthening. Professor, you remained very silent about the systems that already exist. We are talking about the community development officers. We are talking about the agricultural extension workers. They are there. At some point, the president asked us, what do they do? And how do we use science to improve what they do at the community level? I request again, because I don't have what it takes to question professors, but I request that these systems that already exist be strengthened with a bigger lens of sustainability even after the project, so that now science becomes a household thing in our communities. And the 3 districts that we have chosen, I hope they are representative enough, because this is what we need as a country and in all the districts. I thank you.
Maybe we can take all the questions at the same time. Are there other questions? Yeah.
Thanks very much. I will start with project 2, which is looking at climate change adaptations and sustainable agricultural production. The objectives are clear, because when we are talking of climate change, whether we want or not, climate change is going to stay with us, and it is real. So I'm happy that this animal called climate change is going to come on board and more research on it. But I would request the project designer, especially when we are talking about poor agricultural practices. The common phenomenon we are challenged with today is an judicious use of agrochemicals. The chemicals we are applying for pest control, for weed control, they have disintegrated the soil structure of our soils, and now they have almost hindered productivity. So I would love, in that practices, the judicial use of agrochemical to be also looked into, and it is making the small acreage of land you were talking non-productive, because they normally acquire these chemicals in the outlets, both in town, in rural area, and what the community members are fond of is to carry the knapsack sprayer, mix the chemical in any way, and at the end of the day, the results are not coming to what is expected. On project 1 of conservation and of environment and natural resources, at least the project is going to relieve me pressure for downstream districts, because whenever they would hear success stories in the Rudi catchment, we focus more on upper and midstream. So when I hear that you are going to do interventions downstream of River Rwise, I appreciate. And another thing which I'm appreciating is to see that we scientists, we are seeing that there is need of integration of indigenous knowledge. The people we see around the ecosystems, we assume that they are not a custodian of knowledge. In fact, they know better than we are. And when we are to do interventions and we don't lower ourselves to their food, we are doomed. So the indigenous knowledge is very critical to be integrated in environmental and natural resource management. And already for people who are going to do that downstream of River Rwise, there are so many scenarios we have already done upstream and midstream. So the office is open for sharing and fine-tuning the objectives and scenarios that can be utilized downstream for the sustainability of our ecosystem. I beg to stop there.
Thank you very much. I think we already have a lot of questions to address, so I come forward. I don't know who of the team leaders wants to start. Questions? Yeah.
Yes. Very briefly, Dr. Sevtinde, you did mention about the issue of sexual reproductive health rights. So what Project 4 is trying to understand around this monster is to look at the dynamics that surround things like access, utilization by the adolescents in regard to the SRHR services. And these are questions, of course, that will be answered by the scholars that are attached to the project. It would be premature to envisage what questions they will be looking out for. But of course, they have to be in line with the, with Project 4 objectives. And then 2, we'll be able to engage the different stakeholders in this area, things like Reproductive Health Uganda, Maristops Uganda, Ministry of Health. Actually, Ministry of Health was listed as one of the prime partners to Project 4, and that's how we did suggest that you as the district health officers in one of the 3 Project 4 priority districts, you are able to come and attend, and we'll definitely love to have you on board as we discuss the implementation and operationalization issues regarding Project 4. Yeah.
Thank you. For the questions on Project 2, I will begin with the one on systems. There was a question about systems, whether we have involved everybody, especially at district level. Yes, we have. We are already going through stakeholder engagement, and I have a witness here, Mr. Karugaba, the district production officer from Isingiro. You could stand up for recognition, please. We have involved everybody at production level, right from fisheries to agroforestry to water resources, because you can't talk about soil erosion and you're not talking about water. So we have involved everybody to answer the question. But of course, logistical implications also come in. You cannot valorize all the systems, but we are seeing the biggest outlet out of here to be the agricultural extension, although everybody is going to be involved in this. And the second question was about and agrochemicals are part of the agricultural production and fertilizers and soil especially. We talk about resources everywhere, water, forests, trees, but there is little mention about the soil resource. And for us, we want to tackle that soil resource because it's on which all the agriculture and food production stands. And yes, But I would like also Professor Matthew maybe to add on that.
Thank you, Grace. I think this was quite complete. So within the project, there is one PhD that will look specifically at soil conservation measures and land management measures, specifically for the millet crop, because we have understood that this is a crop that has some potential. And next to that, we will also document the practice of farmers. How much agrochemicals are they using, for what purposes, and whether this is actually fulfilling their expectations or not.
Okay, I think we didn't receive questions, but comments. I was happy with the first comment about rights, even though it was not addressed to the first project, it was about rights. And I was happy to hear that it was a medical doctor and not a lawyer who asked the question. I'm probably the only lawyer in the room. We have referred to ambitions and outcomes, and I don't think that it is a coincidence that UCoBS is represented by a tree. And as we heard this morning, a fruit tree. So we will make sure with all our projects that the fruit tree is planted, as said here by Mathieu, in the best soil. We will make sure also that we will have crafted an excellent branch, that we will use fertilizer, but not too many chemical fertilizers. We'll also make sure that we prune our tree at least twice a year in order to bear fruit. And as we know, it is a mango tree because we have planted our mango tree. Mango tree, probably a symbol of fertility in many African traditions. Symbol of longevity. It's not uncommon to see mango trees that are more than 19 years old. Reference has been made here to a tree for the next tree, also provide shade. So this means it's a place where children are playing, but also where disputes are settled. And that brings us, or me, to the discussion we had yesterday, and to show that even though we are at the start, or as Professor Charles said this morning at the launch, because it's better to call this the launch and not the start of the project, that we already started to plant new seeds, and it will probably lead to a new project. And one of the ideas, and that's also to respond to one of the comments that has been made here, the idea is also to research traditional dispute settlement mechanism, where we would use also indigenous people communities, what has been referred here this morning as the invisible team that will also participate in our future project. What is called in some countries, neighboring countries, as the Barzas or the Gachachas, and where we'll try to also analyze upon these traditional dispute settlement issues. And since I'm a lawyer, abuse the fact that I have the microphone. Lawyers are difficult persons, are sometimes disruptive, but sometimes they also have a dream. And I one day woke up with a dream, and it was probably a very one of the wildest dreams. But since I have the university's authorities here, why not dream about, and I share about the law faculty in maybe 12 years. I thank you.
So for the downstream, it's a very good comment that you've made, and we are focusing on that. Our PhD student, Humphrey, you can wave, Humphrey, they haven't seen you. Can you stand up? Yes. That is Humphrey, our PhD student on the river system. Will be understanding the land changes that have happened, of course, from the upper stream, the middle stream, up the downstream. But particularly in the downstream, we are looking at how to reduce river sedimentation, but increase wetland discharge. So that is one of the key issues. We want to provide evidence, and when we come to restoration, we are able to use that evidence to increase the discharge of wetlands and reduce sedimentation of the rivers. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but we still have 3 other teams to present their work. So thank you very much, the team leaders from P1, P4, P2, and P4. Thank you so much. So I'd like to invite the other team members now from P3, P5, and P6. Make it shift. Okay. You will start? Yeah? Yeah? Yeah. I think it's the most interesting part of the Q&A session, so the more people have a chance to ask questions. Okay. Yeah, you can just... Yeah. Yeah. Can I ask you to be brief? Because I think most of this is the Q&A session. Okay, we'll start with P3. You have slides?
Yes, I do, but they should be there. Yes, my slides are there. Good morning, everyone. With my co-leader, Martin. So we are looking at increasing access and utilization of affordable technologies. Pointer doesn't work. Oh yeah, it does. Okay, so as a matter of introduction, we all know the importance of energy. If our energy decided to take a nap now, we would have some issues. So we are all familiar with that. So we are at the moment relying mostly on non-renewable energies, but we also see increases in prices of such energies. And in our context, we tend to resort to nature to give us the source of energy that we cannot access otherwise. And as a result, we see a lot of environmental degradation that comes with that. Recently, I was quoted a friend of mine to buy a piece of land. He told me, I got land and I'm going to buy it. And we went there and we found the owner had cut all the trees and had left it bare for him, that it is now your problem to replant it. So there's a lot of destruction, but we deplete the natural resources. The greenhouse gases, of course, come with that kind of destruction, but there are also health challenges related to the use of those traditional sources of energy. So our project looks at trying to increase access and utilization in an affordable way. A number of us here have access to electricity. It's a little bit of a problem. So can we make that affordable in a way that we can also utilize it? So we have 2 major objectives: to upscale and or develop some of the affordable and environmentally friendly energy technologies to respond to some of the needs of the community, but also to transfer and adapt those new technologies, if at all they are new, or any traditional source of energy that we think is more useful. Can we adopt it, and can we have many people use this kind of energy so that we can save our environment? We are focusing on three major areas: the socio-economic implications of the non-renewable source of energy, and also the renewable energy bit of it. What are some of the implications? Why can't people afford? Why can't we use better? And then we want to look at the biomass as an energy carrier, and also looking at solar. And for solar, we want to look at heating and cooking. Many people are accessing solar, but only for lighting purposes. Can we have more use for that source of solar? Our expected outcomes are that have in the short and long run solar and biomass. This is biomass, not biogas. And we are going to have a renewable energy lab here at the faculty in the building behind us here. We hope to have a renewable energy research, and this could spur research within the region in the area of renewable energy. We hope to see more people more renewable or affordable energy technologies, and hopefully reduce some of the pressure on the environment, and with the reduction in the use of fuel wood and charcoal. Many times we blame the people in the villages for cutting of trees, but the charcoal actually comes to us here in town. So we are the ones facilitating the cutting of the trees in the villages. Those rural people use twigs and reeds. They don't use the charcoal. We are the ones who use it. So we hope to train researchers. We have one PhD at the moment recruited, and based on his findings, he's looking at the socio-economic implications. Based on his findings, we'll see how to move with the rest of the research. So we have one PhD. Justus Asasira, are you there? Yes, we have Justus there. So overall, we'll train 3 PhD students. We hope to develop some of the policies to work with the local government to see how we can reduce the destruction of the environment, and we're working with Project 4, reduce some of the associated health challenges and increase collaboration between our university and a number of partners who are outside there also dealing with the same problem that we are fighting with. With that, I want to say thank you.
Project 5, sorry.
This is Project 5. Names Manasseh are my names, and my co-lead on the French side is Liz. There is a problem with the second name, you know. Yes. So this project is about increased youth employability through skilling, innovation, experiential learning, and technology transfer. As it sounds, it's largely a transversal project, cross-cutting in many areas and different scopes. But in principle, we intend to focus in 4 geographic regions, and that is Rubirizi District, Isingiro District, Mbarara District, and Mbarara City. Why do we have this project? This is a response to the increasing population pressure and increasing number of incubation hubs without increasing commercialization of the innovation therein. So in response to this challenge, this project was conceived, to the next slide, to achieve the 4 basic objectives. The first objective is largely to strengthen the capacity of Mbarara University of Science and Technology in terms of having a vibrant and robust ecosystem of entrepreneurship. To this extent, we expect to have several stakeholders involved coming on board, and we create bridges for our graduates always to interact with industry and back and forth. The second objective will be to develop short courses tailored to hands-on experience in entrepreneurship and skilling. The third objective is to strengthen the business incubation clinic as well as the Center for innovation and technology transfer. Currently we have them, but they are not functional, or they are not strongly functional because of scope and size. Lastly, we expect to train the youth through skilling. These youth, our target audience, will be first our very own, the university students, and then we shall break to the communities, as I had mentioned earlier, in the districts. These are our expected outputs. We expect to have a vibrant and robust multidisciplinary ecosystem, in which I'm happy to report that we are already into it. In this team, we have several partners. I think we have one from Startup, you can wave. We can have Einstein is around, you can wave. We have also tried to put up a vibrant media team to ensure that our outputs are visible in the entire region of Eastern Africa. And for that, we have identified the Smart 24 TV, and I think the crew is here, you can also wave. And they will be supported by the team here of AIT TV. So we think with that crew, our visibility among the youth will be increased. We also expect, and lastly, we expect in the first 5 years to have trained at least 1,000 youth. That's about the project. The membership is well represented. You can move to the next slide. They are not readable, but members from the Ugandan side must please wave. I have Reni, I can see Alex, I have Nuriat, you can see we are all present and vibrant. And on the Flemish side, Liz is here. Did you move with somebody else? Or you moved alone? Another time. So that's it for sub-project 5. Thank you.
Thank you. After doing our baseline survey, we found out that our infrastructure is ill-equipped in terms of ICT. The data management is a challenge, and of course, we thought it well that we would look at a project which would improve institutional and community ICT in terms of expanding the infrastructure as well as access to information and making it usable. So we are specifically looking at improving data management, and of course, when data is worked on, we get information which we can be able to utilize within the communities. Strengthening internationalization is key for us to improve collaboration. As why actually we are here, it is because of collaborations. Thematic areas that we are focusing on, we are cross-cutting, we are supporting all the projects in terms of data management, in terms of infrastructure expansion, security, as well as capacity building, internationalization, I've talked about that. And then of course, making use of the data that we generate. There is a lot of data we generate throughout the university, throughout the communities, but we found gaps in its utilization. Gender and ICT is also our focus. We want to make sure that we encourage women in ICT, and that is really very critical for us. We have moved, so I'll give updates concerning capacity building. Last year we rolled out capacity building short trainings via Udemy Academy. It's an online platform with very many short courses that can fit every one of us here. Annually we take on 10 individuals. It is self-study, but we monitor. If you're not progressing, we kick you out and we put on people who are serious, and that is good. So it helps us to equip faculty, postgraduate students with skills relevant for their specific areas. Concerning the internationalization thematic area, we had our international relations officer do a benchmark last year. This benchmark is important because, as you already see, our partners are here. It's part of internationalization strengthening, which is actually to increase staff and student exchange still in that line, if you see the photos right there. And also concerning internationalization, we had a workshop a few weeks back, which specifically involved most of the deans and directors and heads of departments and administrators, and still very, very important to strengthen the internationalization agenda of the university, and looking forward to developing an internationalization policy for the university, which was a gap. Concerning the data analytics thematic area, we have also moved. Just last week, we concluded a data analytics training by Professor Kuhn from Uselet University. And of course, our main focus was how can we move from just collecting data to getting insights from it and make it useful. A number of participants attended this. We also had a research seminar where different researchers, PhD and masters, presented their work and got feedback. Concerning gender and ICT thematic area, we have also moved. One of our faculty, the Faculty of Computing and Informatics, Gloria Munguchi, she's an assistant lecturer in the Department of Computer Science. She has gone to Belgium for an internationalization semester at Hog School, and this is a plus for us. We expect that when she comes back, she's going to spur or to initiate gender and ICT activities within the universities around the different faculties. So she left last month on 31st. Still on internationalization, we found out that we had gaps in language issues where our international students, our students from the central also have challenges in the hospitals speaking Runyankole with the patients. Our visitors need to get acquainted to the place, local language. And so that was our initial plan, English and only Runyankole. But last year in July, the cabinet of the Ugandan country made a resolution that Kiswahili be a compulsory subject within the primary and the secondary schools. So we said, let us also bring it on board for the university, and we equip the staff or the students where need be. So we have already drafted these and just waiting approval. Upcoming activities, we have visitors. We are working on a data science program. Receiving a student do internship from Belgium. What we talked about, we have a student coming from Belgium for about 5 months. We expect a cybersecurity training, visits, and also more trainings. We also have a boot camp in June and a gender and ICT workshop in July. Those are contacts for the team leaders, Rudi here and myself, and then the whole team. I think we have the biggest team of 19 members. One of the other colleague, who is supposed to be number 20, went for further studies in South Korea. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The floor is open now for questions for the, from the audience.
Okay, I can use it. Sorry, so many stairs here. Thank you for the good presentations. My name is Matthias from Startup. We'll be collaborating on Project 5, but my question is actually on Project 4. Having a background in climate physics and energy, I'm curious about the scope of solutions and that you're considering for the project. We have some experiences in Kampala, especially with adoption of other ways for cooking, other energy sources for cooking, etc., and the key problems behind it. And I assume or know that in the more rural areas, the infrastructure problem is even a bigger one. and that electric cooking solutions, as mentioned, at least in Kampala, are completely unrealistic. We work with a startup, for example, that has payment plan options for gas as an intermediate solution. So I'm just curious about the scope of solutions that you're considering.
Yeah, thank you. Renewable energy. I am guilty as charged because I don't participate in the cutting of trees, but I buy charcoal every other 2 weeks. So therefore I cut trees. And this project, it is like promising heaven on earth. And when are we getting the results is the question. And I think for me that would be the quickest if it were possible. But I've also seen in this book, the very last page, I have tried to use some of these briquettes. There used to be a young man by a Makanising Street in our city here in Mbarara. And every time you go there, give me a stack. Say, and now I don't have, come back next week, and they are not there. As quickly as possible. How do you then, as a project, provide and satisfy the need that is already available? That is the question for me and to you. We want these things like yesterday.
If we can take one question. Nobody feels the need to ask a question? No? Okay, so go ahead.
Okay, thanks for the interesting question. So I have good news and I have less good news. I wouldn't call it bad news, but so with respect to the technology, so the solar cookers we already developed in a lab scale, and well, if we make use of thermal energy storage, we can charge them during the day, and then hopefully when there is no sun, we can cook. But we're still developing them. But I think, well, they're not that expensive because we are trying now different vegetable oils, which are quite cheap, not toxic, and so on. So they are not advanced like, for instance, PCM materials or things like that. So we want to keep it as simple as possible. And they are just made out of alumina, which I don't know the price of alumina, but we can keep them quite cheap, or we could use steel or any metal which conducts the heat. So we are trying to get it from TRL level 4 towards 5 or 6. But indeed, there is still a lot of work to do, but we have some promising results. But in my opinion, I'm just a simple engineer. The biggest problem will be to get them to the community. And therefore, I'm counting on my colleague, Professor Kompernolle, who will try to investigate what people need and how to get the technology to the people. And this also is part of the charcoal question. So in Belgium, we also barbecue a lot. And the nice thing about barbecue is it gives extra flavor to the food. So unfortunately, if you have solar cooker, we need to find a solution for that, and that will be also very challenging. And with respect to the briquettes, we know there is some problem at the moment with especially the material where they are made of. So in this project, we also want to use other materials like food waste and things like that. So we want to take into account the different energy content of all those materials, the water content and so on. So we want to develop technologies so that we can use extra sources to be used as a briquette production. And hopefully we can there increase the capacity. But the less good news is that we are still working on that, and it can take quite some years before we actually can go in production of those systems. So I hope this answers the questions. If not, we can always discuss today. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I think I would want to bring our collaborator, Professor Tine, to say something. He's an engineer, I am an engineer, and when you listen to his answers, he's talking of aluminium, he's talking of vegetable oils and things like that. So we look at energy as a technology challenge. But energy is really a social problem. And I think Professor Tine will probably speak into this more elaborately. You want to say something?
Yes, good morning or good afternoon, everyone. We will indeed look into what factors are important or are key for households to adopt these new and renewable energy technologies. As regards the supply of these renewable briquettes or the biomass briquettes, we will also look into the techno-economic feasibility of producing these briquettes to understand how it could become a profitable business, such that the supply of these briquettes could increase in the future.
Okay, thank you once again. And maybe just to introduce some of our collaborators, I think we have Mr. Matovu here, who deals in briquettes. Is he in the room? But we are trying to work with the local briquette manufacturers to try and increase, one, the energy content of the briquettes. Those of you who have used these briquettes probably know that at the end of the cooking you have a lot of soil in your skin and things like that, and that soil is not really energy. So how can we increase the energy content of the briquettes, for example, but also diversify the inputs because most of the briquettes at the moment so we still need to trace the account when we get the stats when we get the briquettes. So can we try to circumvent that process so that Dr. Facilitator there and myself don't have to participate in the cutting of trees indirectly? Thank you.
Sorry, I forgot to introduce some of our partners from the National Information Technology Authority. Patrick must be somewhere, and some other colleague, yes. It's a very big body that manages technology in the country. Rudi also maybe had something to add. I don't know. Good.
Yes, hello from my side as well. I only want to give some attention to Alex. Alex, can you stand up and wave? That's our PhD student. You didn't get the opportunity yet, so thank you.
Just passing on an announcement. This month, that is on Thursday at 2 p.m., we shall be having a guest mindset. Studies, MCH, room 1. You're all welcome.
So I'd like to close this session. I would like to thank all the team leaders to present very clearly their projects, and especially also the audience for the very interesting comments and questions. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we want to thank Professor Gilly Cohen for taking charge of this session and making us understand the project work. So I would like to invite our partners who a little bit have the presentation from Glorious in the afternoon, after lunch. That's what I've been told. Partners make their presentation in form of a PowerPoint presentation, but also as a panel session. So let me invite Uganda Wildlife Authority representative to come in front. From Windy, Dr. I think you're doctor very soon. Yeah. You deserve to be called Dr. Katana. So take over. We invite Dr. Chirunda from National Agricultural Research Organization. These are our panelists. We also invite Dr. Chirunda is the director of NARO at Mbarara Zadi. We also invite the representative of Center for Energy and Energy Conservation, if you're around. The representative of Fresh Solar, are you here? Yes, you come over. And then we have the ministry representative, Minister of Health. I think this is Dr. Semtin, Minister of Health representative. Then National Information Technology Authority, Uganda, NITAU. Kindly okay, the representative of NITAU, I think he was here. He has moved out. Yeah, so we will also ask if anybody is here, if there's a representative. If not, Start Hub Uganda, Start Hub Africa, can you come over? Matthias? Yeah, Matthias. Thank you so much, Matthias, for joining us, and it's glad to meet you. I can take over. So we have a panel of partners. What is important here is to understand what they have done and how that fits into the new project. So these are the two questions they will struggle to answer, but I know they are able people to give us value for their presence. So I will be asking you those two questions. I'm your modulator. Feel free and very comfortable. We have Meza, which the lawyer has advised us to use, Professor Matthew. So we would like to hear from you, and I know you could have made some PowerPoint presentation, although I would have loved much to have an interactive session, but I wouldn't mind the PowerPoint presentation when we invite one of the partners to say something. But tell us what you have been working on for this time you have been mandated, and how does that fit into this new project? And those are the two critical questions I would like to get answers from. So let us begin with Uganda Wildlife Authority. Mr. Katana, the microphone is with you there. I hope it is on. Yeah, very good. So let us now have his presentation as he tells us the story. And if you want to stay here, that is also fine. Okay. All right. That's Mr. Katana, the senior warden in charge of the southern sector where the project will be implemented. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome him with a huge, huge hand. And it's about a stretch of 15 kilometers. Yeah? So he is here. Take us through what Uganda Wildlife Authority is doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Protocol observed. Good afternoon to you all. My name is Katana Dixon, and I'm the warden in charge, Southern Sector of Bwindi, representing the Chief Warden of Bwindi Mgainga Conservation Area, who is engaged elsewhere. So let's go to the slide. Now that is the map of Bwindi Mgainga Conservation Area, and we are surrounded by 3 districts. We have Kanungu in the north, we have Kisoro in the south, and the east is Rwanda. And maybe if I'm to take you briefly about the the gazettement history is that in 1932, Bwindi was gazetted as a forest reserve. Then in 1962, it was now a sanctuary, gorilla sanctuary. And then in 1991, it was upgraded to a protected area. And then in 1994, it was inscribed as a World Heritage Site. So that is very key in as far as the Bwindi is concerned. Let's go to the next slide. So now this is a map of Leheza-Myenda. If I had time, I would explain to you what Leheza-Myenda means. It is a local dialect in Kifumbira, which means that it is to do with a date. So if I had a date on this side of the river, and the other colleague was demanding me, he would not cross. It would not be easy for him to cross and demand me. So that's why it is called Leheza-Myenda, but not the cloth. So you can see how it goes around the park boundary, and the other side is from Bunyonyi, like Dr. Medad had explained. Then through this is the boundary of Bwindi. As you see down there, it crosses and then it goes Lake Mutanda, and then finally Congo. So that is the location of the river. Let's proceed next. So what do we do? What are we working on? We are doing eradication of invasives. This is the north of the park, Bohoma, where we have done that eradication of eucalyptus, especially so many acres. Then we have the Nkuringo buffer zone habitat manipulation, where we removal of the exotics, and that is a different one. But here, the manipulation is of the trees that are 30 centimeters dBH. So the buffer zone, if I give you a brief background, this is a stretch of 12 kilometers by 350. So we have the outer buffer zone and the inner buffer zone. The outer buffer zone is the 12 kilometer stretch by 150. And that one, we have tea plantation. There are communities. This land was bought by International Gorilla Conservation Program and given to the communities, which is co-managed by Uganda Wildlife Authority and a community organization called Nkuringo Conservation Development Foundation. And then we have another third party, which is Chigezi Highland Tea Company Limited. So the three manage or co-manage the buffer zone. Now, those who do tea planting in the outer buffer zone, it is a form of livelihood improvement. And two, it is a human-wildlife conflict mechanism, because you see these gorillas, they cannot now go to the communities because they cannot go through the tea. And if they get there, even these people who work in the tea are willing to chase them. Then the inner buffer zone is used for research and tourism. That's where we do the manipulation, so that sometimes the gorillas come in this inner buffer zone and then they feed from there. So we do also we secure boundaries. This is what we maintain regularly, and this is the kilometers 167. Let's proceed. Now this is the buffer zone I was talking about. The other side is the outer buffer zone where you see tea, and then this is the inner buffer zone. So it also helps in problem animal management, because the gorillas cannot, go through from the inner buffer zone to the tea, then the communities, it is not possible. So it has also helped us as a mechanism of human-wildlife conflict and problem animal management. Now we do...
Afande Katana, you have 2 minutes.
Oh, I request for more too. Okay. But let me go through the research and ecological monitoring. This is RDBM, this is ranger-based monitoring, where when we are doing patrol to protect the integrity of the park, so you see the maps, you will see what they do. Then SMART, data collected. SMART is a spatial monitoring and reporting tool. So let me move faster. The groups, we have about actually 23 gorilla groups in Bwindi, but 3 are under habituation. And I want to report that we registered 66 births since 2019. So whereas we're in COVID, these gorillas were producing. I don't know what. but they produced more from 2019 up to today. 60C is good. So we use cameras for, I think less disturbance maybe. Water quality monitoring, let's go to another one before. Okay, so this is that is the home range of our gorillas. We have the other part of the north, that is Bohoma. The other side is Ruhija. And where we are, Zamienda, is down here, the south. And you see in the south, it's where we have quite a number of gorilla families, about 12 now. So you see, when we do the river here, maybe it will also help us in the... Let's go to the next slide. Okay, it is still a collaboration with ITFs. This is Mount Gorilla Veterinary Project and Conservation through Public Health, where they help us in disease. If there is any disease outbreak, these doctors are handy and they help us to identify the problems in there. Collaboration with the Institute of Tropical Forest Conservation, which is affiliated to MUST, in doing research. And I think one of the students who is doing masters here, I saw him one time I was at Ruhija, he's here, so we benefit from MUST as well. Periodic population census of key wildlife species. And by the way, it is only Bwindi protected area or national park where we have 2 key species in one habitat. That is mountain gorilla and chimpanzees in one habitat, though chimpanzees are not fully habituated. We conduct research on gorilla home ranges, water quality monitoring. Next. Now this is very key, community conservation. We have revenue sharing program whereby the 20% of the revenue collected annually is shared with the adjacent communities. Now this is in 2 forms, livelihood improvement and also common good. And we send it to the community, choose what you want. There are those who say, we want sheep, we want a goat like Mushere. Then there are those who say, we want roads, we want schools. So this helps the communities to appreciate the role of the park and also not to be a problem to the park in terms of getting into the park as poachers or doing other stuff that is bad. Then we have multiple use zones, working with Dr. Medad on tree planting project with Batwa. Now, there's something very interesting about the Batwa. By the way, I'm also an indigenous person. I didn't know, I realized it. I'm working with the indigenous communities. When I went away, they have never been seen. Dr. Medad knows. So he has tourism development, gorilla tourism, wind Batwa forest experience, nature walks. Now here, but if you have done, if you are more than 2, then we charge $20. And that money is shared with the Batwa. Some percentage goes to the Batwa, some percentage goes to maintaining trails, and some percentage for management. So they're also benefiting. And it is their guide who takes them through.
I'm afraid.
Conservation, education,
yes,
human wildlife conflict, problem animal management. I think finally, and this is very key. Maybe I will answer that one when we are, I will answer that one. Then lastly, kindly please come and visit us and see these beautiful creatures.
Wow, thank you so much. Working with P1, I would have been more curious with time, but I had to give it benefit of doubt since I'm in charge. But now we need to move to National Agricultural Research Organization, and let's be strictly observant with 5 minutes. Thank you so much, Dr. Harry Chirunda. Let's welcome him with a huge round of applause.
Thank you so much, Chair. All of protocol observed. This is the presentation of NARO. NARO was established in 1992 by Act of Parliament and later in 2005 under the NA Act. The NA Act is the National Agricultural Research Act of 2005. NARO, we are responsible for overseeing, guiding and coordinating agricultural research in this country, and we have a total of 16 public agricultural research institutes. We are moving to the next slide.
cultural research institutes, 9 of which have a national mandate, and 7 of which have a national mandate, and 9 of which have a zonal mandate. The national research institutes are responsible for research, that is strategic and basic. And the zonal cultural research development institutes, the ZADIs, are responsible for applied and adaptive research. In where we are, we cover a total of 17 districts, that is inclusive of Mbarara City, and responsible for more than 4 million Ugandans. So basically what we do in at the institute here at Naro, like any other zone cultural research and development institute, is to undertake the adaptive and applied research and performance of different technologies, after which then we undertake dissemination of the same technologies with the project where we intend to participate, or where we have an opportunity to participate. We are looking at climate smart varieties and technologies that we have all along been working on. Some of these are developed by our colleagues in the National Institute of bananas, 4 varieties of maize, 10 varieties of coffee, and 3 varieties of cassava. All these varieties are available with us. They have been developed by NARO, and we disseminate these technologies to our farmers through mainly the extension system in the country. Next. What that can be used for experimental work? We have the ability, and we can undertake a demonstration of the proven technologies, either those with us as NARO or those developed by other institutions, including the university here. We do our dissemination through extension framework that we have in the country, as well as use of farm clinics and open days. We use radio and talk, and is one of the areas which we have recently embraced, and through other meetings. Usually we have a weather station at the institute from which weather data can be obtained and shared, and we also have facilities that can be used for training purposes, including laboratories and other numerous facilities that we usually host not less than 700 students at the institute there. Next. Usually we have had partnerships before with this university when they were opening their faculty, program of agriculture and livelihoods. My staff were involved in lecturing here until they were able to recruit the adequate capacity of lecturers that they currently use. We have been involved in a project called iSoft. In iSoft, we jointly with the Mbarara University of Science and Technology developed a 3-in-1 biofertilizer, which is an NPK-based fertilizer. It is an organic fertilizer, and we are going into production of rhizobium because the laboratory has been being equipped through a project we jointly run with the Mbarara University of Science and Technology, and we have numerous ongoing experiments. We also are doing a project on development of herbicides for control of ticks on cattle, and this is being led by me, and a co-investigator is Dr. Kasimo Tol, I think. Is the co-principal investigator on that. We are also running another project on starter cultures, that is development of probiotic starter cultures, which I'm undertaking with Professor Bazira Joel from Faculty of Medicine.
Dr. Masrai, you have 5 minutes.
So, ladies and gentlemen, I think that's my last slide.
That's your last. 5 minutes, please.
Good afternoon, everyone here. All protocols are observed. I'm called Treasurer Francis, the Technical Manager for Uganda, the solar energy provider. We have been providing energy for past 12 years in Uganda, and largely we are focusing on renewable energy. So we offer solar systems basing on the customer need. So we deal with the customer, the so-called client. Then we go forward and quantify and carry out assessment to give out the right system that will satisfy the client. Then we install that very system with quality products from Germany, and we ensure that we give lifetime warranty. Whatever that goes wrong would be there to rectify the problem. Our technicians are all over in the area of operation, trying to rectify the problems at no cost. If a system gets a problem, they call a toll-free line, then we come and rectify a problem at our cost. So the purpose is to ensure that you are satisfied, you are happy, and you are enjoying a service. Besides that, we are doing a capacity building. We want to ensure that the clients understand where the problem is. Because the world has a problem. We go and buy, let's say, appliances. It could be a TV. You buy an appliance that consumes more than what you expect. The market will brand a TV that consumes 10 watts, in actual sense when it consumes 100 watts. So we carry out that education to ensure that our customers understand exactly what they are buying. Because with accessible energy, clean energy, you need to have affordable energy in terms of the appliance that you are using. If the appliance consumes more than what you expect, you will be paying a lot of electricity, which is bad for you. Then we do trainings. We have received most of the students from MUST here to come and carry out an internship so that they can have a system of solar is like a Frisian cow. You need to understand how it works. The client can be a problem. The user, the so-called the user. If you don't use the system very well, then it will cut you off. You find you a problem as a user. So we do all that kind of education in form of client education to ensure that you get the right system. I would be interested to answer more questions if they are there, if time allows. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you so much, energy. Now, when you get energy, you get health. So let's move to the Ministry of Health, Dr. Sebutinde. You can give a nice event and very interesting to hear what our partners are doing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm Dr. Sebutinde Peter, and I am delighted to represent the ministry. Yes, what are we doing? What we want to do is actually summarized in the heading of Project 4. There's something that is being done to improve health service delivery, particularly focusing on our mothers, focusing on the children. Our maternal mortality ratio has stagnated for a very long time at 330 per 100,000 live births. And that's not exciting. We have tried to improve that, and we want to work with anybody who comes up with the open arms to reduce it to the WHO standard. WHO recommends that if mothers are still dying, let them not be more than 50. Newborn and perinatal death. They have reduced from 66 in the last 10 years to now 20 per 1,000. And you see, we have a long way to get there. Now, anybody who comes on board to work with us and to support us, the delays, we want to reduce the delays of mothers accessing the service at the right time. We want the mother to receive the service from a qualified service provider, a midwife, a doctor, an obstetrician. The decision to make the incision, the decision to move from home to the service delivery point, the decision to provide the right service. Those are the things that we're struggling to improve. This project is going to help us Get the information where it must be. That is the end user, the mother, but the father. The father is the overall decision maker. But many times, the fathers are not there to make the decision at the right time. So this project, our expectation is that you are going to help us provide information to the fathers. 2, our population growth rate as a country is 3.3, the last time I checked. 3.3%. It is one of the highest in Africa and in the region. That means our population is really increasing at a terrific rate. If we are going to improve services, something must be done to bring it down. These things that can be done. So, my expectation is that this project now will bring these choices to mothers. If I am not going to deliver in the next 5 years because I'm a PhD student, then I should be supported not to get pregnant when I don't intend to get pregnant. Let me tell you, it is these unplanned, unintended pregnancies that occur. Even in the universities, Dr. Grace, that's where we are now. Even in the universities, that a student, a girl, a young woman, and in the process, they die. These things must stop. It is such a project that will help us to reduce these things. I'm only trying to focus us on how to improve access to sexual, reproductive, and health care, together with the rights. The lawyers will come in here and explain the rights, and so that we understand too about the rights. Finally, I can see you are itching to but also for human resources for health. Resources for health to work smart. We must help ourselves to work smart. Smart in terms of specific needs that are being addressed, specific need interventions. Work with the communities, know their need and address it.
Thank you,
Smart
Doctor.
in terms of technology, civil.
Thank you.
Smart in terms of affordability of the resources we need and all these things.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank
I wish
you
I
very
had a little more time.
We'll call you again. We'll call you again. This is very interesting, and we have to pay attention to these recommendations. Let us go to employment. Now we are healthy. We are now healthy. We have energy. We have food, a clean environment. Let's now get to employment, and I will invite Matthias to take a lead on that for 5 minutes strictly. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Matthias. I'm one of the co-founders of Startup Africa. We are a social enterprise here in Uganda, a Uganda company. So we started in 2017. We are a social enterprise. We have an NGO and a for-profit company here. And we do consultancies mostly. This is how we are financed. So we are not donor financed, etc. So we're completely independent. As an incubator that we run, we're currently supporting 14 companies. We provide 2 years venture building support. We have a team of venture associates. We don't outsource the mentorship and so on to control the whole process. And super long individual guidance, and invest a little bit of money from the profits from the consulting side. And we're also building other structures to connect more to financing. And then the third part is why we're also here and what we started with, and that's our work with universities. We're currently working with 10 universities in Uganda and 2 in Tanzania since end of last year. And this is how we started. And maybe just very shortly, also where this came from and why I, as a German, am also here. I studied physics in Munich, and I got into the space of social entrepreneurship through entrepreneurship programs and hubs at universities. This is how I got into social entrepreneurship, looked at the education space and how we started a project with 5 universities in 2017 here to run some entrepreneurship programs and co-design the enterprise, and I think we have a lot of learnings how to promote entrepreneurship in the structures and systems. And I guess as a physicist, I'm thinking in very systemic ways, and our goal is really to support students to build a movement at and across universities. And there's a number of things that we've learned and found out over time that are super important, and we're still experimenting. It's an ongoing process. Luckily, we are self-funded, so we can afford that. For example, in Tanzania, we are right now running a cohort with an ICT faculty of University of Dar es Salaam with 40 students, which is going to be for a whole year, super deep, because one thing that we realized is that exposure is lacking, and exposure in many senses, but if we want to start businesses, innovative businesses that can scale and actually create jobs, one of the key things is actually where students see challenges and problems. I've seen so many pitches for student to counter that, better ways to build around this lack of exposure is necessary, because quality internships, industry collaborations are not there in enough numbers, and it's obvious that the exposure is not so much there. But also in the teaching and curriculum, this can be addressed through more project-based teaching, maybe also in collaboration with industry partners. In Dar es Salaam at the university right now, we do a lot of case study work. There's amazing examples of startups that are started by young innovators here from the ground. There's a lot of good learnings to take from. The other is systems that can be put in place, and we work with student clubs, so we help them to set up these clubs. We train them, for example, in fundraising and running events and organizing pitch events on their own. They gather resources from the local business communities and just doing activities. This is also from my personal story, just something that helped me, because if you do things outside that you need when you start a business.
Thank you.
There's a few more things, but to wrap it up, we're excited about this partnership. I think there's a lot of very good components. We're happy to support on the content development side. We've done a lot of work here and iterated. My co-founder is a psychologist and approached it from that angle. We're happy to collaborate and see. There's
Quite
a few
a
more
lot.
points that we'll
Quite a lot of collaboration. Yeah.
Keep
Thank
it
you
up.
so
Thank you.
much. Thank you, Matthias. And we are so proud about the formal arrangements that are in place. We are soon signing an MOU with StartHub, and that is going to be a great addition to our Project 5. Whoever laughs last, laughs best. Let's digitalize solutions. So Nita, you can welcome him, since he's the last, with a hand clap. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Patrick Okoth from Nita, Uganda. I bring you special greetings from my Executive Director, Dr. Han of Public Service Delivery, using ICT to improve the lives of Ugandans, and is doing an amazing job. I'll request to take a little more time, because this is at the center. The world is a global village. And one of the things we are doing in the country is to digitize the nation. And if I'd only known that there would be a board to be signed prior, I would have ensured that a digital board like that is signed as opposed to pen on the board, because we no longer encourage that as much as possible. The National Information Technology Authority, NITA-EU, abbreviated, is basically tasked with the coordination, promotion, and monitoring of IT development in Uganda. We are under supervision of our parent ministry, and I'm happy to be here today. I see so many partners, MUST being one of them. You're doing an amazing job, and also hosting a number of innovators, ComTech and Sim for Life. Noliat, she has left, but the little we have done with them has caused great impact in this region, and we shall continue. The beauty about it is that we are well facilitated to do this, and thank you to our partners across the world. Let's go deeper in terms of coordinating and monitoring. Of course, we want to develop technology in the context of socio-economic. Everybody in this house is happy. From health, if I look at the 6 project areas, you all sit within the space that we provide an enabling environment for you to be able to execute your project seamlessly, regardless of where you are. And we are doing that in terms of utilizing both IT in both public and private sector. So we cut across. We are able to serve is back in the days to the detective ages to acquire a driving license. Now it takes in less than 30 minutes. High quality information technology services, and I would say we have set standards across the nation. We no longer settle for mediocrity. We no longer settle for less. We stand our ground and say it's either the best or nothing at all. And that's the only way we can challenge the rest of the world in digitizing government processes, so that we make everyone's life much easier and able to appreciate that, yes, I can sit in Uganda but study in Belgium. We also guide and assist the users and providers of ICT within government. I will dig deeper on that later on, and then we regulate and enforce standards for information technology. NITA-U has 2 arms. One arm is service provision, the other arm is regulation. And I'm happy that we have some lawyers here. I know I'm going to get deeper into data protection, and that is going to pinch some people here a little, because they're going to be data collectors, they're going to be data users, and we want to ensure that whatever data you're collecting it for the right reason, and you're going to keep it for the right period, and you'll ensure that you don't compromise the owner of that data. Thank you. We promote. We have worked with the MUST to do a lot of work, and in accessing and utilizing of information technology. I'll tell you, people around the country are watching this live, courtesy of the initiative from government to ensure that internet access is more affordable, more reliable, and most importantly, accessible to you across the nation. We also standardize in planning, acquisition, implementing, and delivery of IT support equipment and services. Back in the days, it was about everybody doing everything for himself. Now we say no. There is a central system where if you want to acquire any ICT-related services, equipment, you must seek approval. And that approval is from us. Why is that? We are more so like the IT department of MUST, but this time for government. And MUST is a government body, and many others, Ministry of Health, NEMA, NARO, UA, among others. Why is that? We want to ensure that we don't deal so much in silo system that cannot speak to each other, and we get to a point where every day you're being asked for the same thing. If you go to NEMA, you're asked for the same thing. You go to UA, you go to URA, you're being asked for the same information. We also rationalize among users, providers of IT. Why do we do this? Is to ensure that when you're going to acquire a STEM service, you actually need it. Not acquiring because you have money, yet there are other areas where you would have spent this money. And then optimization of sourcing. Why do we do this? We want to enable Ugandans to be able to provide a service for someone in the United States without having to board a plane and earn a living.
I'm afraid you have to speed up.
I will request that you allow me. And then the other one is IT-enabled sector. In this way, we are able to, among others, support the developers, innovators, and all of that. We have keep that. The challenges that we are trying to address. Somebody talked about piecemeal. information. Today, this is there, the other's there. Then we try to work with the already existing systems, duplication and of functions, where in the STEM community, we have 3 different projects running, doing the same thing, but just of awareness about the services available to ensure that you can provide better service at a much less cost. Management and support, thank you. What the university is doing is very good. And I come from a background of project management. I'm happy that this project is structured with very good governance and sustainability. Otherwise, that's why projects normally fail. Don't work with others, especially number of manual systems, sign here, sign there, and all these things. Yet with a click of a button, you'd have been able to achieve so much. Now, we have laid the foundation for all this, starting from infrastructure, which is the national backbone infrastructure, covering all regions. We have also been supported by the World Bank, and within the next 5 years, we are going to reach every parish in this country with the national backbone. We are greening to save cost. I'm happy that there's somebody in the renewable energy doing great work. We really want to continue working together, providing public Wi-Fi. We are going to communities. How are these communities going to communicate? How are these communities going to continue researching if we don't provide this? So we really want to continue working with you to ensure that we reach everywhere you want to go, and then now hosting of these services. We no longer encourage information in the flash disk. Information sitting on your PC, because what if it's stolen? What do? You start from scratch, you've gone 95%, and then something happens. So we provide you free data center hosting for government. But if you want co-location, because it's a bit of cost in terms of power, a bit of charge. Of course, now here, my lawyer friend is going to be very happy. Cyber laws and regulations, very strong. IT standards and guidelines. We have data guidelines, and then IT certification. We want to ensure that we have the right people in the market delivering the right service. Not everybody who thinks because I have money, I can go and do this, and then tomorrow, whatever you're providing me does not serve the purpose. Compliance assessments. Normally, the right infrastructure delivers the right service. What me does not work just because the wattage of your TV is. We have gone ahead to ensure that you also provide advisory service so that you're not caught the wrong side of the law. I said earlier that we have both the service provision and regulatory arm. Now, when you provide a service, we expect certain minimum standards, and that's where we come to provide the necessary awareness. But then we also just give me 2 more minutes. Over time, we have been able to
go to another session.
Thank you.
Yes.
We have
Just
been
1
able
minute
to set up a national cybersecurity center to enable you get all the support in case of any attack. So don't get afraid. Please come to us. We shall be able to give you support. Now, we have shared services in terms of integration of government services, whereby now all the services provided by government speak to each other. You're able to acquire your IDs, you're able to verify your identity. Digital authentication, you can go online safely with 3 layers of authentication. Cyber security, now we are Uganda safe. In 2019, we are ranked the best in Africa in terms of that. When you get to personal data, what is personal data? We talk about your name, your address, location, and many others identify with you. We want to ensure that this is protected and the users of your data
huge hand clap to Nita.
I'm sorry. Let me just look at the areas of collaboration that I want to emphasize.
Yes.
That you can come for connectivity. We can give you hosting services. We can give you identification support, but then you have a 24-hour service desk that quite unusual when it comes to government. The regulations are right there. Please don't be caught on the wrong side of the law.
Thank you so much.
Thank
you very, very much. Indeed, it was a very huge presentation, and I want to thank you, my brother, for creating time to prepare this. I know we have benefited a lot from Nita. I believe that's the reason why I had to extend a little bit of of the time. Otherwise, I would not have done that. So now we have a great men and Professor Cohen, you see a lady here. I think that's something we are going to address. Moving the next 10 years, we should emphasize gender equality and equity, but we have an imbalanced gender here. But I would like to ask you, it has been really, really interesting to hear what they do and how that links to the project that we are implementing. So let's take a few questions that could be arising, some observations, and the team here is going to reply your responses from the audience. Any questions? Any observations? Yes, please.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, our presenters, our partners. My question is going direct to the partner from NITA-U. You talked about us not storing our information on flashes, disks. So I want to just understand further. If I'm a researcher and I've collected my data, how best is NITA going to help me to provide maybe some cloud storage? Are there any facilities that you're giving that are locally based other than Google Drive and the ones that we know about that could be a little bit costly in an African setting, but yet important for a researcher not to lose their data, because I've fallen victim several times of losing data.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Next question. Any other question? All right. Yeah, Rudi. Cross over the microphone. Mr. Auditor, please, I will introduce you later, so don't go away.
Also for the person of NITA, I wanted to know, how do you use open source software in the solutions that you are offering?
These are enough, I think. Okay. From energy. Okay.
Yeah. Thank you very much, partner from Press. I just wanted to ask, out of the clients that you have now, how many or what percentage are opting for other energy needs other than lighting?
Is there a question from the lawyer, Professor Stefan? Okay. I know Chief Warden Kule would like to make a statement. Okay. Then now let me get back here. If there is no any other question, I will allow the panelists to respond to what has been asked. NITA-U? NITA-U has the lion's share. Can we begin with NITA-U and then Press Uganda?
Okay, thank you very much. I will start with the first question of storage. Now that you are doing research, I believe you are attached to a specific institution. And if that institution is government, you even stand a better chance, because we provide hosting services for government institutions at no cost. So through your institutions, you can request, for example, let me assume you are under MUST. Through your head of IT, he already has certain hosting services with us and amount of space. So you should be able to create a shared drive that you have access with the basic minimum security, so that information is only access to you unless otherwise you choose to share it. I hope that is satisfactory. Yes, thank you. And then when it comes to open source applications, we encourage this because it has helped in many ways to reduce the cost of doing business, but we encourage it under a certain information security and safety measures framework, so that as you are doing whatever you're doing using open source, your data is not compromised. Let me give an example. Because they don't want to pay for licenses, or because license or frequencies are quite expensive. What do? They opt to use the 5 gigahertz, which is a free frequency. But then there's a bit of a compromise, especially if you don't take necessary measures while designing your network. And that's where now we come in with the advisory services, so that you're operating within a certain safe environment and you are able to do your work diligently without incurring an overhead cost, but again, not compromising the formation or whatever work that you are doing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next to Fresh Uganda, and the last person to respond.
It is now very clear that the world is growing and everyone needs technology. So it's only about to, according to the data, I have about 6,000 customers, and only 3% would offer they need to have light, but the rest of other 97%, they either use TV, they need to charge, they need to do other kind of stuff. So we have a great demand really when it comes to technology that side. I think I've answered you well. Great.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Yes, Dr. Harrit.
I just have a question for Uganda Wildlife Authority.
Yes, please.
I thought it may not be so unfair for a fellow panelist to ask. Food security. We know that Uganda Wildlife Authority is entrusted with flora and fauna that they conserve for the country or for us, so to speak. But frequently we realize that wild animals attack the crops or destroy the crops, and therefore interfering with food security in the country. I'm just wondering, have you ever taken, or are you taking interest in developing technologies that can keep wild animals away from the crops? They go and destroy crops. And if you are not, why? Because it is possible. We can invent technologies that are animal repellent, specific to certain species of animals, and keep these animals away from the households or the gardens.
Thank
you.
I think
that was very
the question
unfair.
it's very explicit. You can pass on the microphone. I know Chief Katana has an answer for that.
Thank you, Doctor. I'm not chief because I have my chief Kule, even when he's in another conservation area. But I'm representing chief, and I will try my best to answer what he raised. Yeah, it's true. We have that's what we call problem animals. And one of the management measures we are trying, some of you who have gone to Queen Elizabeth, for instance, where we had the issues of the elephants going to the gardens of the people, we have had the support. And I appeal to you, those who can. And this electric fence has proved to work, but it is very expensive that the UA as an organization probably cannot manage. So any animal now, it was very, very disturbing the communities is no more because of the electric fencing. It is still applicable in Maxon Falls National Park. Now here in Bwindi, there is what we call Mauritius thorn hedge, whereby we plant it along the boundary so that these primates don't come to destroy, even baboons, even gorillas don't come to destroy crops of the people. But we also have a challenge in there. And the challenge is that you plant, then you have the communities who have cattle, who have goats, they stumble on the young Mauritius thorns. So we are trying to manage, and I know this will not be a big challenge in the near future. Then we have also traps, especially for baboons. We have the traps whereby they just fall in, and then we capture and release back to the beginning. So we are trying our best, and we have conservation partners like IGCP. I want to applaud their support in provision of seedlings, Mauritius thorn seedlings, and in that way, really we are trying our best. And I promise, even my chief is here, that in the next 5 years, because even in this project is 10 years, you see long-term planning. In the next, we shall have finished that program. But also, let me come to the issue that I did explain here. How will this project benefit? Just one comment. You see, like in Bwindi, especially southern sector, it is water stressed. And two, the government in terms of provision of water is limited. So we believe with the restoration of River Hezamenda, then it will be a plus, especially to the communities, to get access. We feel this project will help to unite them, because we have Batwa in Bohoma, we have Batwa in Southern Sector, we have Batwa in Mugahinga. Now these Batwa are not coordinated. Everyone is taking advantage of these small groups. So we believe this project, once it comes on board, these Batwas will be united under Dr. Medad, who has worked with them before. They will open bank accounts, they will be more organized, and this will be a relief.
Afternoon. Clap for them, please. Thank you so much. I now take the honor to release you, but I just want to mention that each of the partners has been representing a sub-project. So that's how we have intertwined the presentation. And thank you so much. We already see a clear linkage and synergies with what you're doing, and we'll definitely come to your offices and even call you for more presentations, longer presentations like MUST-IUC presentation. Yeah, thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Give them another round of applause. I am told that we have key activities that we shouldn't miss before we leave this day for other businesses. I am told to announce that we'll have a mega cocktail at 5 or 5:30, but we'll aim at 5. Make sure that you don't miss that. We don't want people to go now. We have that important event where we can interact more with these partners and share more ideas on how we can integrate them in our projects. But you never know, you can also create other kind of linkages as we cocktail and share a meal and a drink. That is an order that has been given to me by the local coordinator, that you shouldn't all go. I would also want to notice that we have lunch, which will be served in the next 15 minutes. But before lunch, we can utilize the 10 minutes to hear from Madame Catherine. She has mentioned that she can do it now. Yeah. We do it now or after lunch? Okay. So we can do it after lunch. It's only that lunch was not ready, so I thought we can manage the time. But we can do it after lunch if that is okay. Can we do it now? All right. Thank you so much, and thank you for allowing me, Professor Gilly, to make sure that she does that. So I will invite my co-chair to take charge of the aftermath of this, but I welcome Madame Catherine to come and make your presentation. Do you want to do it there or here at the podium? You're most welcome. And when Madame Catherine is here, we have the funder, Viros. So we have to be very careful. Yeah? The referee is here, and Madame, you're most welcome. Make your presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Yeah, thank you. I hope you will not fall asleep. I thought we were having lunch now, but apparently it's not really ready. So we are using our time to give my presentation. So I represent here Veestraeten. So we are the funder actually of this IUC partnership. And so as you already know, the project started already, but we have our launch today. So it officially starts today, actually. Just to present ourselves, because I think you might not know Veestraeten. Actually, it's a Belgian university cooperation, Flemish side. And we have some priorities, and actually they have already been shown today during the project presentations. So it's about Connect for Change. We want that our projects have impact on society, so that's why we want to connect for change. We want to valorize as well the things we do, that they can be valorized for the future, also sustained, that it's not just gone away. And also collective learning, very important. We learn from each other. Sometimes we say that we want to transfer some experiences and knowledge, but we also learn from you. So let that be clear. This is about collective learning. Our approach, so everything we do is based on the Agenda 2030 of the United Nations, with its SDG framework as main reference, and this is throughout all our project working, our policies, our partnerships. What is it about Agenda 2030? So, as you might know, there are 17 SDGs, or Sustainable Development Goals, but the three main ones actually are leaving no one behind, multi-stakeholder partnership, and interconnectedness. So that we find everywhere through our project working. Also, of course, with the appointment, which is very important, and we've already seen the stakeholders, and their importance, and also the way how they can contribute to this partnership, and also the way how, first of all, I'm thinking here of synergy and complementarity between you, so the sub-projects of this partnership, but also synergy and complementarity with other institutions, with other associations, I mean, like NGOs, Belgian NGOs, also local NGOs or associations. Interinstitutional collaboration, but we already have this throughout the Belgian partnerships and the Flemish universities and university colleges that are here present, but also collaboration with other universities that are in the region or in Uganda. And uptake and linking to society, very important. So it means that the results of your research should be taken up by society, so that it will be useful, and that you can have this link with society. Otherwise, the work you do has no use. Our mission, so VLIR-US seeks to empower institutions and individuals both as critical drivers and agents of change through higher education scholarships, through partnerships, global and local challenges. And of course, with the Agenda 2030 as a guideline through our working. What does VLIR-US stand for? So for those who don't know us, we want to, we strive for research with an impact, as I already said, so research on its own doesn't have any use. So we want to try to pool academic expertise and sustainable networks between higher education institutions to help generate societal change through science. We also strive for equal partnerships where we build sustainable capacity in both the partner countries and also in the institutions in Flanders. We want to be a broker between universities, between the government, civil society and the private sector. So, and that's why the IUC partnership is really so important for us, because such a partnership really is well placed to have linkages and to have relationships with the government, with civil society and with the private sector. So that's why the whole of what we want to strive for, the network and the academic sector with partners in need of expertise, advice, etc. And it goes in both directions, as I already said. We learn from each other, so we just try to be useful for the universities in which we are implied. Vliru's partnership with Uganda, so we also have cooperation with other projects in Uganda. As you may know, we have an institutional partnership with Mountains of the Moon University, MMU, in Fort Portal. That one is already out phasing, so they are having their last year now, while you're just starting here. We also have lots of teams and short initiatives. Teams are projects of 5 years and short initiatives of 2 years. And here in Uganda, most of them are especially focused on health, and especially even mental health, sexual and reproductive health, and public health research. Also the management of natural resources and food security. And so, yeah, as I already mentioned, IUC is in a strategic position to connect for change and to go for a broadening of multi-stakeholder partnerships. This is a bigger picture of facts and figures in Uganda. We have over 15 years of cooperation, and that, well, that gives a budget of more than 20.5 million euros for over these 15 years. Also with 55 projects, of which 20 with MUST, which is really a good deal, yes. And now we have, for this year, started 5 new projects. So as from 2022, they started in last September. So yes, this is already the final slide. So the goal of an IUC, but as you have well understood it, is a long-term project. It's an institutional partnership between partner university and the Flemish universities and University of Applied Sciences and Arts. Before I said university colleges, but actually the new name is Universities of Applied Sciences and Arts. And so to empower the local university as an institution to better fulfill its role as development actor in society. But that you've understood well as well. Yes, as you have connected with many stakeholders to have this impact on society. So thank you very much. If you have questions, just shoot. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Any questions for what Virus is doing? I'm told if you present and there are no questions, people have absolutely understood. So I will give you another round of applause to Catherine for the wonderful presentation. And thank you very much for making it for our launch in Uganda. At this material point in time, I'm told lunch is ready, but I would like to introduce one person that has come in from the time we started introducing some key people in the university, Professor Jerome Kabachenga. He's the director of Maternal, Newborn and Child Health Institute, and also the former faculty dean of medicine. So we are well covered, and this shows how we are working closely with all the units of the university to implement this important project. Others are also recognized, but we'll continue introducing you. I now invite you to make a signature as you move out for lunch on that important board so that we can have your signature for memories. Thank you so much. Let's have lunch still at the same place where we were for break tea. And then we'll come back here for the implementation plan, and that session and other sessions will be chaired by Professor Grace Kagoro. Thank you so much. Thank you. to design a work plan with my counterpart, Stefan, to make sure with the team on ground and then have a clear roadmap for the next 5 years. We have also implemented the inception meeting with local government. So this February and March, we will recruit and set up a citizen science network where we'll be monitoring human-wildlife conflicts. And we are beginning with Bwindi, and later on in the second year, we will roll to Lake Mburo because of budget allocations. So we have to set up 10 geo-observers in Bwindi and redesign their tools and research frameworks, and they will be preparing to go to Belgium plan. Then in May to July, we are doing trainings for conservation organizations that are going to be build capacity, where we are mostly focusing on Uganda Wildlife Authority, local government natural resource committees. We are looking at other conservation organizations working around Bwindi and Lake Mburo, and they will be trained. We are also operationalizing the Bwindi Butterfly Forest experience. We have started the initial stages of contracting someone who will be redesigning the experience, and thereafter we train the Butterfly guides and dancers and other local guides that will be working on the Butterfly Forest experience, and Kobsina Pocket Forest, which is going to be redesigned as a tourism product. And then in September, the last quarter, for the close of this year, we will be focusing mostly on capacity building as we get to the close of the first year. That is what we have scheduled for now, and we hope this can say that in the first year. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Medad.
Stefan can add something.
There's just one thing that Medad forgot, is that the PhD scholars need to be enrolled at the various Belgian or Flemish universities.
Okay, thank you, Project 1. Next is Project 2. And since I am here, Matthew will take over the planning for Project 2.
Okay, I'll try to do my best, but please, Grace, contribute if I miss. September, starting with the selection of 1 master students and 2 PhD researchers to be supported by the project. And for each of them, there has been a team of supervisors, both from MUST and some research project will be organized and where the students will be registered at. So Dina, being one of the 2 PhD researcher, is flying actually tomorrow night to Belgium to do a full semester following courses and designing her research proposal in Belgium, whereas Immaculate is first going to start her research here and do a mobility rather next year. But both of them, as well as Akim, the master students, have started to interact with their supervisors and refining their research design so that hopefully by May, June, they can really actually start with the research. In the meanwhile, there has been also a lot of starting of interactions with district and sub-counties authorities. I think the team here has conducted 2 large-scale meeting moments in November, December, and again in January, where they met with district stakeholders first, with all the different extension officers for agriculture, natural resource, and other relevant services. But they've also identified that it's very important to go all the way down to the groundroots, to the grassroots, and they've interacted with a selection of sub-counties within the 3 districts that have been selected as case studies. And from that, we get a better understanding of what are the challenges that farmers are facing when we talk about climate variability, and what are the type of informations they would like. That we will work in 3 villages, in 3 sub-counties, in 3 districts, So that's 27 villages within which at least one farmers will be trained to report some key phases of the agricultural season. But also we hope that farmers will be actually the leader of a bigger farmers groups, and the data could be collected for a larger group. But we still have to test the feasibility and define exactly what type of data at which frequency will be collected. So that's actually the big challenge, I think, by next summer. All these meetings at district and sub-counties level have also been a chance to establish strong connections with key stakeholders, agricultural extension officials at district and sub-county level. And we want to continue these efforts to team up and create strong bonds with different actors that are relevant, including through signing a memorandum of understandings with key institutions such as the National Meteorological Institution in Kampala that we hope to collaborate with, because we will install our own weather and rainfall stations, but we expect also to benefit from the data that they've been collected in the region also for quite some years. And we will see if other actors also need to team up on the project. And then lastly, we hope also to do a first round of investment. This year, we've already brought some materials, including smartphones, with us in this mission, but there will be extra ICT facilities, so computers, but also GPS and rainfall station bout, and we will start to look into how to furnish the different labs that the biology department and the Faculty of Sciences is expecting to develop. We have developed a 5-year plan for these investments. There are a lot of equipment that are quite expensive, so we will phase it over the entire 5 years. I don't know if I'm missing something. We will use this week also to discuss a lot of the practicalities, so I'm not going too much into details.
Thank you, Matthew. Yes, there's still more planning to do for Project 2. Maybe what I can add is that our PhD scholars are going to do a dual degree, both registered at MUST and at Flemish universities. But also the next plan is to submit our protocols and our project for ethical review and approval, both here at MUST and also with the National Council for Science and Technology, because it's a requirement to have projects approved before they conduct research. Thank you, Matthew, again. Now we go to Project 3.
Thank you. Yeah, for Project 3, just like other projects, we have gone through the process of selection of the PhD candidate for one of our main objectives, partner institution in Belgium, to specifically at the faculty. So one of the major things we are doing this year is to work with the faculty to have accreditation of postgraduate programs that will incorporate renewable energy aspect in them. And I think my deputy, but yeah, a major activity is to have accreditation of a postgraduate program that incorporates renewable energy, so that we can recruit the other 2 PhD students by before this year ends, and then we will have 3 PhD students. Some of the activities that we have done and we continue to do is also to prospect the potentials of renewable energy across South Western region within the districts of Mbarara, Isingiro, and then Kasese. Those are the major areas that we are focusing on at the moment. The other activity that we want to do is, I've talked about the issue of the curriculum, but we also want to have an awareness of renewable energy, or the use of energy in general, in the communities that we work in starting from the university itself. So we are going to be doing energy audits across university infrastructure, starting with this very own building where we are currently located. We want to know what are some of the energy needs, and if we are to back up, for instance, what do you back up, how much will that backup cost, and things like that. We want to interest especially the ladies in taking up renewable energy as a research, but also in the usage of renewable energy, and we think that this can propagate back into our communities as well. So we will have workshops targeting mostly ladies, and to interest them in the areas of renewable energy. We hope that we'll get enough information from this to have a policy report that we can present to our university management on the usage of renewable energy, because if we want people to use them in the communities there, we have to show by an example. So probably if we are putting up another huge structure like we have just finished there, maybe it comes as part of the bidding process, that the building should be self-sustaining in terms of energy. So that is one of the activities that we want to do as well. Then the other is to have a seminar and a workshop with our partners in trying to create a consortium of people who are working in the space of renewable energy. The little survey we have done, we find that there are so many efforts that have been put by different people, probably working in their own capacities. So we think that we need to harness this effort and put it together, trust our partners on the way forward and how we can work together. And what else have I forgotten? Maybe if I have forgotten something, the lab infrastructure. One of our major activity is to equip the energy research laboratory in this faculty. We have a space behind there where we were having lunch, that building adjacent to us there. We have lab space there, and we have already started procurement of some lab equipment in that area. So again, we want to work with partners to enable us identify what are some of those critical equipment that a renewable energy research lab should have. And yeah, so we're still in the planning process, and during this week we will also discuss a lot of the nitty-gritty of this planning and how we can approach. Do you have anything to add? He seems to agree with me.
Which is good for you two to agree. Thank you, Project 3. Excited about the energy audit of this university. I look forward to seeing that report, because it's a big, big problem, especially during even the lecture hours when power goes off and you're in the middle of the lecture and you are stuck. Also excited about the females. As a female, I usually advocate for female scientists. And when I hear you're going to target females, that excites me a little bit.
Yeah, and Dr. Ike is there. She's the one running that.
Yeah, that's very, very good. Okay, so before I let the team leaders go, I would like to invite any comments, any expectations from them that you would have wanted, especially from our partners, that they have not touched. I know the afternoons are rather heavy, but no comment, no expectations. They are in line. Okay, great. So since you are in line, we would request you to take your seats back to the audience, and then I call the next panel of team leaders, P4, P5, and P6. As they come,
I want to interest my fellow project team leaders to ethical review. I sit on that board and I don't want to find myself in a hot seat being asked why the project I belong to is not approved. So make sure that is within your implementation plans. Okay, so let's listen to P4, planning for first year. Thank you. I'm sorry, Alone, your counterpart jumped out for a while.
Yes.
Don't be lonely, we are here with you.
I feel a little bit lonely now. But okay, plans for the next year. Honestly, we haven't planned. Before you heard Joseph, and basically we want to focus on 3 domains, gender, and then secondly it's more about emergency obstetric care, so maternal health. And then the third part is more on adolescent health, including family planning. Well, for the 2 first parts, we selected 2 promising PhD students who were here this morning. So I hope, we didn't have the time yet because it was very busy until now, but we will work with them. We will start, we will discuss study protocol and everything with them in the coming days. And then as far as the third part is concerned, well, we need to sit together with the Department of Nursing to see what they want. I mean, what their needs are. They need, they want to invest and to have a PhD candidate from the nursing department. So we need to see how we can find this and how we can solve this problem and meet their needs. But of course, sticking to the overall objective, which is sexual and reproductive health for adolescents, including family planning. And another thing that came up in the discussions today and yesterday is that there might be possibility of supporting the curricula here in the nursing department. And in our team, in our Belgian team, we have quite some capacity from the Hogeschool, so from the colleges in Belgium and Flanders. So that might be a good match as well. So, but we're working on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I was trying to tickle another team member from the P4 when you talked about nursing. Maybe she can add a comment or 1 or 2, since Joseph is not here.
Thank you so much. We are looking at a PhD candidate who will look into adolescent issues in this country. We are aware that although a lot of research has been done in family planning, but the high burden of teenage pregnancy is on increase, and most women who are dying in hospital are young women as well. So we want to look at policies, we want to look at culture, how culture has contributed to this and how we can address this. But most importantly, we want to look at access and utilization of family planning. And then we come up with an intervention based on what we found out from the adolescents themselves. What is
that change must start from within. And in order to respond to this muster, between now and May, we plan the following activities. First of all, we intend to finalize the readiness of our PhD candidate to travel and start his PhD proposal writing at the VUB. We have started this process and is in touch with the supervisors. The second aspect is to establish structures that will support the process of mindset change. Within this, we intend, first of all, to finalize the MOUs with our different actors. In particular, the ones we have for this year include the Uganda Industrial Research Institute, Directorate of Industrial Training, Eastern Rising, Start Hub Africa, Smart 24, plus 4 local governments. The discussions have been initiated, and we hope by that time we will have reached the MOUs signed. Next, we intend to, related to the structures, to finalize our concept about understanding Uganda from within. My colleague here will talk more about it after after this, but we are having a program whereby we have an interaction between our students and the Flemish University students. So we need to finalize that concept so that we arrange for their effectual arrival, stay, and learning processes. Still within this structure of mindset change, we have initiated a process of developing training materials. And we are saying that between now and May, we expect them to be ready. These training materials, we have identified so far 3 core areas. The first area is to do with entrepreneurship for beginners. This is going to be a hands-on practicum exercise. It is targeting our university students. It is expected to last for 3 months. And at the end of it, it will be awarded with a certificate and also a mentor. The second one is a micro research for entrepreneurs. This is intended to support the research process within this sector of entrepreneurship and innovation. And the expected output of this training would be an identified business opportunity. This is also targeting our graduates and undergraduates, and we expect that. The third unit is a digital skilling course, and here we are already in discussions with Enable to our context. Alongside this, we have also established linkages now within the respective faculties, whereby we have a working group, a representation from each faculty, and also from the guild office. Within this same period, between now and May, we expect to have 1 mentorship training of the staff members whom we would have identified, who should remain on the ground to keep supporting the entrepreneurship initiatives that will be taking place. Thereafter, in the following period after May, we expect to start the trainings. The trainings, we expect to have 2 cohorts. The first cohort, we expect it to be towards mid-May, and we expect taking a second cohort around mid-June. So with this, we will have piloted our tools. We will have learned the best lessons to inform our year 2 implementation plan. Alongside this, the third aspect, we expect to have equipped the business incubation clinic, as well as the CITT, Center for Innovation and Technology Transfer. I would not wish to monopolize this. I would request my colleague to fill the missing gaps.
Okay. Would like to welcome.
One small thing maybe, so the basic principles of FLIR-US projects are collaborative learning, one of the 3 basic principles. So in the topic of that collaborative learning, we want to organize a Uganda from within experience for our students. So 10 students or 15 students maybe will come to MUST to tackle problem, and we are setting up this program at this very moment. So I hope we can have a very nice boot camp in April 24, I think. Yes.
Okay, thank you very much.
Before that,
Project 5.
One more.
Yes, please.
Thank you.
Keep it brief, please.
It will keep brief. We have a groundbreaking awareness talk on 9th. In other words, we want to let the university know that the initiative to entrepreneurship skills development has begun. And so it will be kicking off on 9th at 2 p.m. And she will be the guest speaker.
Thank you for that advert. We shall charge you after here. Our dear Vice Chancellor, we have been listening to the last 3 projects and their implementation plans for the next 1 year. Right now we are hearing from the last project, Project 6. Dr. Fred, you can take the mic and tell.
Actually, if I refer us to the presentation I made, our plan has 20 items. So far we have covered 7 of those items, and we've had an internationalization benchmark already done. We have also opened up short courses for people to attend. Annually, we take on 10. These are already ongoing. People are studying. We have also had an internationalization workshop for strengthening the MUST internationalization agenda. We have also had a data analytics training already, and we have had a visit. It is part of our program for our counterpart from Belgium. So what is remaining, what is planned, is what we have on the slides there. Next week we have a visit of one of our partners to support the computing services unit. We also, during last week's training, one of our items on the plan is developing area under the computing services unit. Soon arriving, if he has not arrived yet. We will have a cybersecurity training. We also have systems administration and other trainings that will come up. We want to set up a state-of-the-art data center. That is also something that is coming up. We will also have boot camps for ICT and gender, as well as ICT and gender workshop in July. And lastly is, of course, purchase of ICT equipment, because that is part of our objectives of enhancing the infrastructure. Anything I've forgotten?
So maybe to mention as last, our project is also a cross-cutting project to support the other Professor Koen van Hoof from the University of Hasselt. We already, I at least saw 2 participants in the training. One was from a project 4 and the other one was from project 3. So we hope that in the other workshops that we organize, that participants will be there from the other projects.
Okay, that's noted. Thank you, Project 6. Exciting to hear you bringing in also the gender aspect, females taking up ICT as they are taking up renewable energy. Yeah, so I would now like to invite any comments or any reactions or expectations that maybe you wanted the 3 projects to do that you may not have heard them say. There's one here.
Hello everyone. I think it's mostly a comment to Project 4, and it's about adolescent family planning in the context of adolescent health. And I think usually the guards, the gatekeepers and guards of if it's the uptake of family planning for adolescents, usually like religious leaders, cultural leaders, and parents. So I hope that there are key community stakeholders in that particular area.
Thank you. Would you want to respond to that before our next one comes?
I think we have to look at every stakeholder and investigate barriers and problems with access, and then see the way forward. I mean, it's too early to say now, but it's important to take into account. Yeah, I agree.
Okay, we have another question.
Thank you, the panelists. Mine is not a question, but it's a comment, and it's in regard to what Project 5 presented, especially to do with mindset change. Colleagues, we have, when you look at all projects, maybe ICT, but when I was looking at all, from Project 1, you will find that this strategy of mindset change needs to cut across. Look at the situation of degradation of river system. What is the cause? It's the mind. Look at these pregnancies, the teenage pregnancies. So my point is that if this mindset change strategy would scale up from 5, since you have it and you are developing it, you take it to Project 3, you take it to Project 1, you take it to all projects, so that people are taught about, because most of these things that are coming up, especially negative issues, are brought about by the mind, and we are resistant to change, and change is a fact of life. That's my comment.
Thank you for that comment. For Project 5 to consider synergies along that. It was just a comment. I don't think you need to react to it. Maybe Project 5, as I look for another question, are you intending to also include training of youth across all the partners of the whole program? Are they included? Maybe you could answer that. Or are you only looking at MUST?
Thank you, moderator. We are talking of MUST in the first year of implementation, but subsequently, after building the institutional capacity, we intend to scale out starting with the second year.
Growth and rights. And I realized that at Mbarara University, we have a project that was established under the support of SIDA. It's called MUST-IUC project, which actually happened to be the administrative assistant. We have been addressing these issues and we have faced a number of challenges. How I wish I would be involved in this process, because we really have quite a number or a lot of experience in this. Of recent, the support was also cut off because we are giving these sexual reproductive health services to the students. Right now we are not supported, and I'm really, I'm sorry, but I'm seeing an opportunity in this. How I wish would be able also to seek for more support under this project. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, and please join the team. Welcome.
So you have yourself an opportunity to train more. I had thought that was the last question, but let me give Nita you just the last opportunity to react, and we can end this session.
Okay, thank you very much. Mine is in relation to Project 6. You've talked a lot about acquisition, setting up state-of-the-art data center, and I also know that you are going to facilitate data collection. I want to sound a reminder about compliancy, and humbly call upon you not to be caught on the wrong side of the law, especially in terms of failing to comply to ICT standardization, acquisition, and then management of the data collected, where it is stored, and how it's going to be used. Thank you.
Thank you for that comment. I double as data manager in one of the research projects which our Vice Chancellor leads, and we have actually developed data transfer agreement, data use agreement. So these are ready, and it is a matter of reuse for the same project within the university. So we are safe, I can say. Thank you.
Thank you, Project 5. There was one burning one, but very brief, I hope.
It is also to number 5. The challenge we have in skilling the youth and the like, because we have been here having program of skilling Uganda and the like. The challenge, the main challenge, I don't know how you are going to handle it, is these people have some they have acquired in the innovation. Find that someone has been skilled in welding and the like, and you find that he goes in the environment and he has no opportunity of practicing. So I don't know how that skilling and the package of tools is incorporated in the program.
Tools, Project 5, do you have any comment? Pass on the mic, please.
Thank you for the enlightening question. Our skilling approach is that we are going to have a functional business incubation clinic. This means we will be engaging the learners from the basic entrepreneurship skills at the first level, and those who pass that level, we expect them to move to the next level, and that's when they do the skilling. After the skilling, we expect to be attaching mentors and coaches, and we expect them to start the business journey and graduate by the 3rd or 4th year. This is an idea we have currently, and we will keep experimenting it for the first 2 years. That's why I mentioned that in the first year, we shall be having an entrepreneurship training for beginners. So it is a concern, it is well noted, and even at Uganda Industrial Research Institute, when we visited, it was raised as a concern, and I think we are trying to respond to it.
Thank you, Project 5. I would like us to end this session at this point and invite the team leaders back to the audience. Kindly give them a round of applause for their presentation and response to our reactions. As we did this, our Vice Chancellor, Professor Celestino Obua, came in. Professor Obua, you're most welcome. We are very happy to have you this afternoon. And I take this opportunity on behalf of the UCoBS project and the scholars to thank you as the chairman of Senate for having waived off tuition for the scholars of this project. Thank you very much. That was very much appreciated. I now want to take the singular honor to invite the local coordinator, Professor Tushabumwe Kazova, to invite the VC to give us his closing remarks, because he has another engagement right after here. And after those remarks, then Dr. Fred Kagwa will come and give us a recap of the whole day, and we shall see what follows next. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Grace. Good afternoon, colleagues. Mr. Vice Chancellor, sir, I'm not going to read his CV. I may make some mistakes or stumble somewhere, but we tried our level best to come up with an abridged version, which is in the book. So if you are interested to know more about our Vice Chancellor, Professor Celestino Obua, the Chief Executive Officer of the university in terms of academic, I'd be great. In the morning,
intentionally there is one position which is always visible, in football, and that position is of a referee. Mr. Vice Chancellor, the other aspects which I talked about, I'm not going to talk about it. Now, in football, you know the referee. The referee is the only one person in the game who only respects his or her own rules. He only uses 2 weapons. I'm using the word weapon. One of them is the whistle. Once he blows the whistle, everybody respects that whistle. But again, he always uses other components. He has got the 3 cards with him. But in most cases, you see the 2 cards. You see yellow and red. For your own information, he or she keeps the green card in the pocket and never gets out. But the green card, when it is in the pocket, you are allowed to do anything on the playing field. So that green card is always there. But he can decide even to give a yellow card, a red card, even by the way to the people who are not praying outside the pitch. That is the referee. The referee, sometimes he can move outside. Others on the playing field, they are not even allowed to move outside. But the referee, smartly, will move outside. And once he moves outside, nobody talks about him or her. His decision is final. Now, to cut the long story short, who is this referee as far as the implementation of UCoBS is concerned? For example, when we are designing the project, we had to come up with a manual. We submitted the manual, the referee approved the manual. We came up with a work plan, we submitted the work plan, and the work plan was approved by the referee. We even came up with the budget and the proposal, we submitted them, they were approved by the referee. Who is this referee whom I'm referring to, ladies and gentlemen? It is the funder of UCoBS. And today, Mr. Vice Chancellor, sir, we are honored to have a representative of the funder in the names of Catherine. I'm not going to mention the second name. Sometimes the second name may be a problem to me, but I know how to spell it. I can mention the first 2 letters, W, U, Y, and then I can add on. So, thank you, the funder, for really giving us, for accepting our proposal and for information. In the whole of the countries in the world who responded, there were 71 proposals that were submitted. And Mbarara University of Science and Technology was one of them. Again, in the country Uganda, there were 9 proposals. Now, the first selection, Mbarara University of Science and Technology, they knocked out 19. Mbarara University of Science and Technology remained. They knocked out 38. Mbarara University of Science and Technology remained. We remained the 8. We remained the 8. Now, again, Mbarara University is happy with VUB and other partners to be one of the 5 proposals that were selected. And I can blow our own trumpet. Overall assessment of the proposals, we are number 2. You can imagine, out of 71 proposals, that is the Vice Chancellor. Say something on behalf of Mbarara University of Science and Technology. You are most welcome, Mr. Vice Chancellor.
Thank you very much, Charles, and thank you, moderator. Our visitors from Belgium, I see. Colleagues from Uganda. I'm sure that there are other people outside Mbarara University of Science and Technology. Allow me to recognize in absentia His Excellency Rudi Veestraeten. Am I almost close there? Oh, unfortunately, I missed. I had hoped that he would be around for me also. I recognize Ms. Kathleen Vitak to gather here today. I'm of course going forward for the next 10 years. Professor Gilly, who is coordinator of this project from the Flemish side with your colleagues. All partners. It's refusing to work when maybe it wants me to speak into it. Professor Charles Kazoba and Grace Kagoro and all your handlers, Medat, Tunamasiko, and everybody from Mbarara, University of Science and Technology, was made it possible coordinating this project within Uganda. Ladies and gentlemen, I should apologize for not having been here at the opening. Where I've come from is a delegation from Malawi, the University of, what is the name of Banza? Yes, Kamuzu University of Health Sciences from Malawi. We also have a collaboration with them. So I requested my chairman of council. I said, now please, normally the small one should not be asking the big one to represent him. But I said, you're my employer, and so I can pass the buck to you. We have this big delegation. We have a whole ambassador coming. It would only be proper for you to receive and welcome the ambassador who is leading this big delegation from Belgium. And he graciously accepted to come and represent me in the morning at the opening ceremony, the launch of this project, for which I'm grateful. So I missed a lot of things that may have been said. I missed a lot of the presentations that took place for each of the sub-projects. From the questions that I've seen at the end, I'm sure there's a lot that has been said and there's a lot yet to be said. And what normally happens at the launch of a project that is multi-years to come like this is that it's like building a plane which is already flying. There is a need to limit the consumption of fuel. In this case, Kathleen, the fuel is what you're going to be supplying. But there's need for us to use this support to do what we have indicated we are going to use the money for. This is not the first time that Mbarara University is engaged in a project of this scale. The thing that I would want to assure our Flemish friends is that we will be transparent in the use of your funds. We will also like to assure you that we will work with you. I am glad to note that for every sub-project, there is a coordinator in Mbarara and there is a coordinator from the Flemish side. The two of you will ensure that this project is conducted in the manner and the spirit that is going to give pride to the taxpayer from Belgium. My thinking is that this is taxpayers' money which we are using. But to build capacity for Ugandans. And that is what we want to see. When we give a midterm report to this project, we want to showcase that for the money you have given us, this is the much we have achieved. And we can achieve more going forward. I heard somebody was talking about CEDA. I have been part of a CEDA. Of course, CEDA is EU, so Belgium is, you know. I've been part of a CEDA project that ran for 20 years in Makerere. 20 years. By the time the Swedes said, now enough is enough, even they were satisfied with what has been done. This was a project meant to train PhDs and masters. And by the time it was over, more than 200 PhDs had been trained in Makerere and across. And some of you here are beneficiaries of that program because we extended it to Mbarara University of Science and Technology. So it's something to showcase. Now, in this case, we are talking of building capacity for the younger people, giving them skills that is going to improve not only their lot, but also the country as a whole. We should be able to showcase at the end of it that it has achieved that. So for my part, as the Vice Chancellor of this university, I know I'm the one who signs on this document. There is somebody who always writes me and say, you have not yet signed, you have not yet signed. And I said, but I signed it. He said, no, you have not done it. Eventually, anyway, I get to sign it because sometimes I have not maneuvered the DocuSign. I think it is called DocuSign something. So sometimes I think I have done it, and then on the other side it is not being seen. But I think almost all now have been signed, I think, to date. So that is my role. My role is sign for us to receive this money. Your role is to use this money for the purpose for which we have indicated this is what we are going to do with this money. 2, you have an opportunity. Sometimes we get funds to do research to build capacity here without partners from where the money is coming from. There is a lot of expertise, there's a lot of knowledge, there's a lot of skills that we can acquire by working with these colleagues who have come from Belgium. So do not take their, should I say, the risk of flying across the Mediterranean, flying across the Kalahari Desert. Oh, no, which desert is this one? Sahara Desert. To come to Uganda. Drive for 5-6 hours to come here. Don't take that for granted. We need to be appreciative. We need to show to them that indeed we mean business and that our interest is their interest, not the other way around. It should be our interest, which should be their interest. There are few projects that span across many years. Most projects that we get are 1 year, 2 years, at most 5 years, and even then with a lot of pulling of strings and so on. But you have a 10-year project, but now it is 11, eventually it'll be 11 or 10. 12-year project. At the end of it all, there should be a difference that can be seen. The team leads from Mbarara University of Science and Technology, I would not be very happy with you if I hear a complaint from the other side that you are not responsive whenever they send emails, inquiries to you, you're quiet. You take 1 week to respond. I will not be so happy. It will show that you are downplaying what everybody else has set down to develop. So let us ensure that the UCoBS, which has a very long name, University as a Facilitator for Community-Based Sustainable Solution to Demographic Challenges in South Western Uganda. Who else can come with such a long name? Everything is embedded in the title of the project. But in short, UCoBS. Will you, next year or the following year, if I may ask, when is the midterm review? When do you expect? 5? After 2.5 years. So when the midterm review is done, what will you say? What will you be reporting? These questions that have been asked, some of them I've got. Are you going to engage the youth? Are you going to do this? Are you going to do this? Are you going to engage the women in developing the ICT competence in them? So Fred, this afternoon I was actually interfacing with one of you, and I was asking, why are you seated in a computer lab? Why are you not in a business lab? Why are you not in a what is your lab called? A Malaya? MRI. Because ICT is applicable everywhere today. So I'm happy that you're part of this, and you talked about our data science initiative project, where we are embracing everybody to come on board. And I think that is the way to go now. Collaborating across disciplines. This working in silos is where we have stagnated. There is a lot of expertise, a lot of new ideas which we can get from across disciplines. So let us try within our institution here to work across discipline engineers in whatever we are doing. That way, we shall take advantage of the wealth of experience and knowledge and skills that we have in the institution. Universities employ people because you are able to exhibit certain skills and knowledge. That's why you're employed in a university. And some of this is not meant to be only to give lectures. You can be the most excellent lecturer, but perhaps you are living like a broken record. You are repeating the same thing that you have been saying, like we are doing today, to develop ideas, to generate new knowledge, new skills, so that when you teach tomorrow, you are teaching something action. So I would hate to see broken record lecturers. Sometimes we used to refer to them as yellow notes. You know, a lecturer, once you have removed the lecture notes, that's the end of the lecture. Because he cannot say anything new. He cannot say anything that he or she has investigated and can talk about it freely. And so this is the opportunity. We work towards ensuring that as we develop others, we are also developing ourselves. There is no way you can engage in research. You are mentoring somebody in research and you have not learned something new. You are always learning something new. In my young age, I am still learning new things every day. New things every day. In the next, it's now past 5 minutes. I'm supposed to be in a Zoom meeting discussing something new with other people. In other words, you can spend your time worrying about your problems in Uganda, your problems at home, but there are people out there who are worrying about how they can do better in life. So we should be taking advantage of that. So with all that said, I would like to once again thank our colleagues who have come from Belgium. Often we don't see the face of the funder. I'm not sure whether Kathleen stood in front here and spoke so that you can see the face of the funder. Often we deal with emails You know, you have been awarded this grant, go ahead, yes, the money is spent. You don't know who you're dealing with. It's very refreshing to put a face to the name associated with the signature, which allows us to get this money. So, Catherine, you're welcome, and we thank you. We thank the VLIR, I don't know whether it is an organization, or again, blame me for not reading much about VLIR, but I've been signing documents of VLIR ever since I came to this university. So it's not the first engagement. VLIR has been in Mbarara University for years. It's becoming bigger and bigger every year. All because of you who have partnered with your colleagues here to make it possible. Once again, thank you, and I hope that you have been able to enjoy your stay in Mbarara as a whole, not just the university in Mbarara. I had a rumor that you were supposed to go and look at a few zebras, or okay. So in the nearby we have one of the remaining opportunities for you to see wildlife in the world. Some of the most graceful animals on earth. If you want to believe that somebody up there created beautiful things. I think the giraffe is one of the most, for me, they are my favorite animals, the giraffe. Of course, people love seeing the lions and so on and so on. But if I want to see a lion, there's my cat at home, you know. When he begins to behave funny, I can tell that this is behaving like a lion. Giraffe is a beautiful animal. It's good for you to see them in the wild. Of course, there are others with not very good temperaments, like the buffalo and so on. And a hippo. I one time went to this game reserve and saw a hippo during the day walking. And I couldn't believe it because I thought they should be in the water. But it was walking. So I stopped by and it stopped by and we looked at each other, but I was in the car, of course. We looked at each other and then I drove off because it was stuck. It couldn't move and I also could not move. So there are beautiful things to see. Of course, if you had time, you'd go a little bit south and you meet our cousins who are in the wild, the gorillas. Again, forget about King Kong, because they are not like King Kong, not what you saw in the movie. Very peaceful, loving animals. So it's something to take your mind away from research, something also to take your mind away from the cold which is biting Belgium now. A beautiful time for you to leave Belgium and come to Africa because it is warmer here now. So I take that opportunity to invite you, if you have time, please enjoy yourself when you are still able to be here. And finally, I would like to thank Charles, my colleague, for always keeping me abreast of the developments in this project. I don't think he comes to my office more times not to talk about the administration of the university, but to talk about this project. And I am happy that he has a lot of passion to ensure that this project is a success. Knowing him, I wouldn't put you in any other hands than his to ensure that this project is a success. So thank you, Charles, for that. And of course, your colleagues that you work with. Professor Grace is one of my trusted colleagues, and she's also my employer because she's a member of council. So there are people I report to. Of course, now the table is standard. Now, yes, now it's the moderator. So, and of course, in all this, the university will give all the support necessary. Charles has just told you that we have granted a tuition because we are looking at the greater good that is going to come out of this project. So we will ensure that the students who are coming under this project are not heavily burdened with the idea of paying tuition. In any case, my colleagues here know that I think the benefits we are getting out of this is much bigger than whatever tuition we would have raised from the grant. So I'm more than happy to have been part of the decision making that tuition is waived. And for you, the students who are going to be on this project, I do not want to hear that the 3 years you are given to complete this project is going to be 10 years. Some people have that disease of thinking that the title at the end of your name is PhD candidate. Right? There could be reasons that you may exceed the 3 years. There could be acceptable reasons. For example, there could be another COVID tomorrow. Of course, we don't pray for Ebola because we seem to have those problems. So there could be reasons that will allow you to, that will make you exceed the years that have been granted for the program. But I would encourage you to ensure that you work hard to finish within the prescribed time. There is absolutely no reason why, if you are doing your work, unless you have a difficult laboratory experiment where all the reagents are not working, you try this is not working, that is not working, then you can say, yeah, I have been delayed because the method is not working. Maybe you try another method. But for those who are going to go in the field to collect data in the field, surely, once you've collected your data, what prevents you sitting down and writing up your publications? And I'm hoping you, the coordinators, are going to ensure that no student graduates before publishing their work. That is what I want to believe in. How else will we know that you've done research if you don't publish what you've been working on? So please, we ensure that happens. As an institution, we'll be proud to host you as a student here. I thank all the partners. Just by hands, could I see those who are not from Mbarara University? Wow, that is, oh, this is wonderful. So you're welcome, and thank you so much for partnering with Mbarara University of Science and Technology. We will ensure that your efforts are not wasted. We will want to encourage you to continue and to expand the partnership for the greater good of Uganda. Because I'm sure you have not come as an individual, you have come from another institution. So that will ensure that Uganda as a whole has been taken care of. So thank you so much for your visit, our colleagues from Belgium. Thank you, our colleagues from outside Mbarara University of Science and Technology. And thank you, colleagues from Mbarara University of Science and Technology, for your efforts. May God bless you. I wish you all well. And I think you said that I am supposed to close this launch. However, there will be some other activities after this because I have to rush somewhere else now. I declare this launch closed. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Celestino Oboa, our Vice Chancellor. Another round of applause, please. We have a great pledge of support throughout the 12 years. That is very
kind to hear. And us as who work with him, we also pledge that support. At this juncture, I know we are a bit behind schedule. I'm going to invite Dr. Fred Kagwa, as per program, to give us brief highlights of the day's recap. And afterwards, I will hand over the mic to the International Relations Officer to tell us the next program. Thank you. Dr. Fred, keep it brief, please.
Well, thank you, Grace. It's difficult to keep brief. Something that started at 9 a.m. and right now it's 20 past 4. Well, I will try my best. We started this morning with some briefing from our local coordinator who briefed us about UCoBS. He represented the project, gave us a receipt here, or that may not have presented here. The UCoBS is a project looking at solutions for demographic challenges within South Western Uganda, and there are 6 projects as the remarks were. We had remarks from the chairperson of council, Dr. Warren Namara. He emphasized accountability as a very core aspect, that he would want to see that whatever costs that are provided, funds that are provided, really do the exact work. He also students get involved in studies around MUST. Went ahead and got a video from the Vice Rector, and she thanked both sides for patching up the proposal and encouraged continuous collaboration to spur more research. We had a very good talk from His Excellency the Ambassador Rudi. He gave us a good history of how the Belgian embassy began from Nairobi until when it had to come to Uganda. He had a very good chance to visit Uganda several times, and as a junior ambassador at that time, and now a senior ambassador, he is delighted and really happy to work with Ugandans. He brought out quite a number of interesting issues relating to education, the primary, the secondary, and the university. He also critical aspects on the environment within our country. He has been following up quite a number of things going on within Uganda. He concluded his remarks by saying that UCoBS is actually in sync with what the Belgian embassy, or with what Belgium as a country is actually laid down as part of its strategies. How am I doing? We had sub-projects doing their presentations. That is Project 1, of course, on conservation practices. Project 2 on climate change adaptations. Project 3 concerning affordable energy. Project 4, sexual and reproductive health. Project 5, youth employability issues. And Project 6, ICT capacity to access and utilize information within the university and the community. We had our partners give presentations, and from the presentations, of course, we had one from the Uganda Wildlife Authority with all the good talks and the good shows he concluded by asking us to visit Bwindi. So please, I encourage you to visit Bwindi. We had a presentation from Naro, where a lot of things have been done already before with Professor Grace. And of course, they showed the different varieties of technologies that are being applied that need support in terms of new knowledge. The Center for Energy and Energy Conservation also made a presentation where they have a solar distribution company, and they've done this for 12 years. And they called upon members to come and get this energy. They support you until you leave this world. That was a very good remark. That was 17 day. And yes, he told me to give an overview of the whole day, so I have to a remark. And of course, one of the issues that came out was that over 300 women are dying, and the World Health Organization has put a cap that this should be 50 is acceptable. And one of the most important remark was to reduce the time mothers spend to reach health facilities. We had a presentation from NITA-EU. It was noted that a lot of data is going to be collected from the projects, and he emphasized data protection, privacy, usage, and overall security of the data. We went for lunch. After lunch, we had work plans being presented by the different projects, and after the work plans, we received the closing remarks from the Vice Chancellor, who has emphasized that this is taxpayers' money and accountability is important. We promised to work with the Flemish members, and our interests as the university or as Uganda should be, he expects that at the end of the 12 years, there should be a change. There should be timely response to communication between the partners and us. And lastly, encouraged every one of us here to use this as an opportunity for collaboration. I've just
Thank you, Dr. Fred. Sorry for being on your bumper, but time is of the essence. I know behind the scenes, there are very many people who have been working towards the success of this, but we had to do this recap for the benefit of those who just joined us maybe this afternoon, because I can see some members who are involved in teaching and could only join us this afternoon. So that was for their benefit, and I thank you, Dr. Fred, for doing that. I would like to thank those who are behind the scenes, the media, our project manager, the project assistants that we don't see here but are behind there making sure everything is going on so well. We are very grateful for that support. This juncture, I would like to hand over the microphone to the International Relations Officer to take us to the last bit of this launch and the program thereafter. Thank you very much for allowing me to practice moderation during this. I was learning on the job. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Grace. You are always spot on. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Succeed we, even at 4 p.m. Succeed we must. Thank you so much for being patient, enjoying the day, being active. You know, it's not been a dull day. The participation has been high, and we are so grateful. We will have the anthem, and we will move out, enjoy the fresh air and the sun as we have our cocktail right where we were having the meals from. So don't hurry to go, and try to get a new friend, learn, you know, get someone new, talk to someone that you haven't talked to before. Don't go back with the same people that you knew as you came in. Add to your networks. This is the time too, so don't rush to go. But thank you once again, our partners, thank you, our funders, thank you all the team members. AYIT TV is live. We will send the link even after. You can keep watching and send to other people that didn't attend. It's by Ronald, an alumnus of Mbarara University of Science and Technology, and we are glad to have them, and they support us a lot.
Yeah, dear colleagues, activity for tomorrow. Today the activities are almost done, except we have very important activity outside there. Tomorrow these are field visits. Field visits are going to be individual sub-projects, and the team leaders are responsible for each sub-project. I mean both local and the Flemish. They will take charge of the field visits. And the next time we will meet is going to be on Thursday, when we have got the scholars PhD symposium. Thank you.
May we arise for the anthems. We'll start with MUST, Belgium, East Africa, and end with Uganda. Thank you so much. Enjoy the cocktail. Thank you to our partners. Thank you, media. Thank you so much. It's a start of a beautiful 12 years. You could have here, if you would like to take a photo right in front here, the photographer is very ready. Enjoy some photographs here.
here I am with one of the local coordinators of this project at Mbarara University, Professor Kazova. I will not tell you his profile, but he will be able to tell us the whole profile because I do not want to miss out anything. You are welcome on ATTV.
Thank you.
And it has been a privilege hosting such a very big event within the university.
Oh, it's excellent. We're also excited as people have been behind the organization, and in particular when we are starting to implement a 10-year project.
Okay, before we go into the project, maybe you can tell our viewers we are here at MUST. We are with Professor Kazova on ATTV, so that someone who is just watching us for the first time who has not been following should know you more.
Yeah, I'm charged to Kihumuro Kazova. My title is the Professor Charles Kihumuro Kazova. I'm the Deputy Vice Chancellor of Finance and Administration. But as far as the project is concerned, I'm the local coordinator, or what you may call the principal investigator, for this 10-year project, which we started on 1st March 2021 with the phase-in. We completed the phase-in, took 18 months, and started with 1st September 2022. We have started phase 1 of the project, and there are many things we are supposed to do, and as has been mentioned, we are trying to address the gaps as far as demographic challenges are concerned and the institutional gaps of the university by implementing this project, which is funded by Veestraeten from Belgium.
All right, that word was giving me some hard time, Dolores, but
Dolores.
Finally I got to hear it from you and I got the right pronunciation. So as you were telling us, you talked about the gaps, the institutional gaps. Which are these institutional gaps, and maybe how did you identify these 6 institutional gaps?
Yeah, from the targeted district, the 9 targeted districts, we have got gaps in the issues of environmental management, we have got gaps in the natural resource management, and with the different communities, in particular the Batu and the Bahima and other communities surrounding protected areas, so that's one aspect of the gaps which we are trying to address. Now, because of climate change variability and adaptation, and in particular how it affects the small farmers, we also have gaps there because we want to increase. If you have to address demographic challenges, then you should be in a position to address some of the gaps which are faced by the small farmers. Also at household level, the energy resources, we tend to depend more on firewood, but we're trying to see how we can come up with affordable technologies, but which are economical, so that we can address that particular gap. Then we have got gaps on issues of sexual health and reproductive health and rights, and in particular how it impacts on the youth, how it impacts on women and mothers in peri-urban and urban areas. So we need to see how we can come up with solutions which are workable solutions to address that aspect. We also have gaps in the issues of employment, mostly for the youth. You may note that in Uganda, about 40,000 people are channeled out from the training institution. It's only 8,000 are employed. So we want to see how best we could come up with solutions where, for example, the youth or the people who have been trained, they can embrace starting business, but starting enterprises business. So that those are some of the gaps in the summer reform which we are trying to address.
So is this going to be a South Western Uganda theme project, or it is just majorly for the MUST students?
It is not only from Mbarara University of Science and Technology students or the products which have come from Mbarara University of Science and Technology. It embraces all the different key stakeholders from South Western Uganda, and those are the 9 districts we are talking about.
Okay. So now when we talk about that, that means it is going to be a very wide project that is going to cater for that. But then how will these participants benefit directly from this project? Maybe the participants that will be in, there can be very many stakeholders as you said. So how will they be benefiting directly from the source?
Yeah, in terms of the benefits, when we are implementing the projects, we are not only doing it at Mbarara University, in the labs of Mbarara University of Science and Technology, but we are even going further to go to the different fields, different communities, and interact with them. And you may note that Mbarara University of Science and Technology is sometimes described as a community-based institution, and we have got in the communities, we have got centers where we go to train the staff, we go and train the people who are living in those communities. We live with them, we study what they are doing, but in the process we come up with workable solutions to address some of those challenges which they face.
Okay. The people that I saw here during the event, I did not see students, like bachelor students. I saw those that are maybe scholars of the project. Will it also involve some of the bachelor students to be part of the initiative, like to implement the project on ground?
Yeah, you are very correct. Today's launch and the launch with some few stakeholders, the people we are supposed to work with, but we have got tailor-made trainings for the undergraduate students. But for today, because it was a launch, so we selected very few people to attend this one. But to answer that one precisely is that this project is not only targeting those who are already in employment, those who are graduates, but even undergraduate, and even those ones who have come from vocational schools and even secondary schools. So we'll be teaching them the best methods, how to be enterprising, how to cope within the community and to address some of those issues, not only looking at the employment aspect that I finished, then I go for formal employment.
Okay, Professor Kazu. So now when you talk about the employment, when they were talking about entrepreneurship skills, I just looked at it as something that is going to only benefit the people from maybe within the business faculty. How are you going to break this project into all that, so that it can cut across all the faculties within this institution?
As from the launch and from the presentation, this project has got different arms, has got different sub-projects.
Yes.
And these different sub-projects encompass all the academic units within the university. For example, I've got a project which is housed, for example, in science, which is looking at small-scale farmers. We've got a project on medicine, that section of reproductive health. We've got a project under Faculty of Interdisciplinary Studies. It's looking at conservation practices of resources and even natural resources. We've got a project which is housed under Faculty of Business and Management, which is looking at youth employability. We have also got a project which is housed under Faculty of Applied Science and Technology, which is looking at energy, affordable energy technologies which are supposed to design. We also have a project, the one for Faculty of Business and Management Studies, which is looking at skilling. So in other words, this project is not only, it's an institutional project which brings on board all the players within the university, both staff and students, and even the different stakeholders of Mbarara University of Science and Technology associates with.
Okay, thank you so much for the great initiative. Maybe just before you go, you can also tell us who are the other partners that came up to make this event also come to happen.
Yeah, in Uganda we've got different partners. Yes. First, this project we are partnering with Fremsi University. There are 5 institutions which we are partnering with, but in particular it's being coordinated by VUB, Village Universities Brussels. But in Uganda, yes, we have got Mbarara University of Science and Technology, we have got other partners which we work with. For example, you cannot go to the community without conservation practices of protected areas. You cannot live out wildlife authority. Now, when we are talking about agriculture, NARO comes on board, but there are also other players who are already in the field and they are addressing some of these aspects. So we want to come together to combine all the resources. At the end, we achieve more rather than achieving as individuals.
All right, thank you so much, Professor Kazova, and thank you so much for coming into AETTV. We shall be grateful for the progress of the project.
Thank you, and we'll keep you informed of what we are doing as the project.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. So part of the projects that were exhibited here, there is a project that was to do with climate change, and this is why I am here with Mr. Jaconius. So I would like him to tell us more about this project when it comes to climate change. You are welcome, Mr. Jaconius.
I'm called Jaconius Msimbire.
Yes.
I work for the National Environment Management Authority in charge of South Western Uganda.
Okay.
When I see the hand being given to the fraternity of environmental management, climate change, and energy efficiency in relation to demographic changes and dynamics, I feel happy because we have overstretched our resource use on environment, on natural resources. For example, we are still dependent on biomass energy. 90% of the population of Uganda still use firewood, charcoal as sources of energy. So when I found the project is looking at affordability and efficiency of using our energy resources, that is a good plus for environmental management. When I hear that they are addressing, or the project is going to address climate change and resilience to how can we continue with climate change resilience options, I feel happy because climate change is to stay with us here for a long period of time. So the interventions which we are reflecting, which was reflected on, are looking at how can we mitigate, adapt to these challenges of climate change. And all this goes to the fraternity of environmental management. When we go to environment and ecosystem management, all our ecosystems, here talk about riverbanks, wetlands, or lake shores, rangelands, hilly and mountainous areas, they are all degraded. So survival for community, especially for food security, it is becoming a challenge. And we normally say, can we minimize the pressure on our natural resources? And they normally ask us alternative of livelihood. So when we found that there is a project that is going to look at sustainability of our ecosystem, of our environment, of our natural resource base, we feel happy. And since we are on board as NEMA, we shall give the guidance on how these interventions will come on board and will be sustainably supporting the livelihood of the community. And we salute MUST and other development partners who have given a hand in making this happen. The project for 10 years, I hope the environmental issues and the sustainability elements will be showing case on how could we share our natural resource cake and environment sustainably without degrading it.
Oh, okay, thank you so much. Why do I have a feeling that every time that people have come out with these interventions on how to deal with climate change, I feel like there is no impact created? I don't know what you say about that.
There used not be impacts created, but according to this program, it is applied research.
Oh, okay.
When it is an applied research, it means you are sitting on board with the resource users. You get their scenarios, you get the issues that are affecting them, and you modulate them to see that they come up with an intervention which is sustainable. So when we are appraising this project, because it will be hands-on. So when you have intervention that remains theoretical, then tracing the impact becomes a problem. But since now they are almost grassroots based and community based, society based, we see that their impacts will be felt. And now they are starting from a good beginning because there have been series of projects on ground, running, and when these experiences are shared to these new upcoming new programs, then scaling them up becomes a good gesture.
All right, thank you so much. You've said it all. I will not question you more. Thank you so much. So to our viewers, this is Bridget on AUT TV that is empowering youth in technology. We are always here to give you what we promise. We always deliver. I think I am going to get also one of the partners, yes, from Belgium before we close, so that they can also tell us how they came about these, how they came to fund this project, and is it the only project they've funded, or they are here to fund other projects, and also why did they choose Mbarara University? Maybe there could be other very many universities. So what is their major focus, and what are they yet to do for the betterment of our communities? Stay tuned, stay on.
You're watching AYIT TV, empowering you. 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 You're watching AYIT TV, empowering